Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576 Early Adopters, Warner Brothers. In terms of film types, Wayne has always been very clear that with his usual shooting style, the film is not in line with the values of the other side of the Pacific Ocean. In that land, Hollywood special effects blockbusters are much more popular than his dark style films. Perhaps the name Wayne Greenberg is very well known in many countries in the world, but it is not necessarily the case there. The films he shot do not meet the review threshold of the big scissors at all. Since they have not been officially released in theaters, there is no talk of popularity. According to this era, in most Asian regions, the audience will almost directly choose to ignore the directors hiding behind the scenes of the movie, because the big stars standing in front of the stage are the focus of the audience's concern. Even in Hollywood, directors who can really come to the front have their own fixed audience group and have strong box office appeal are rare. Nowadays, there are not many like Wayne, let alone the other side of the Pacific Ocean. According to the censorship requirements over there, the film needs to cut out a lot of parts, and this is just the premise that Batman, The Dark Knight wants to be released there. When Wayne took Nina to the manager's office of the Warner Brothers distribution department, Bruce Rosenblum didn't hesitate to talk about the news from the other side. I have studied it carefully. The scenes that the other party asked to be cut out are all large-scale scenes suspected of violent tendencies. Maybe, it doesn't matter to us, but, you know. He shrugged and spread his hands. While Wayne was still thinking, he took out the prepared cigars from the drawer and threw one over. Well, this is much better than I thought it would be. Picking up the cigar cutter on the coffee table, Wayne slowly turned the cigar and found the right position. With his fingers together, he cut off the cigar cap. While putting down the scissors, he picked up the blowtorch and tilted his head to light it carefully. This process lasted for a long time, until he nodded with satisfaction, then put the cigar in his mouth and took a long puff of it comfortably. As 2 columns of smoke with a strong fruity aroma came out of his nostrils, his eyes slowly narrowed at the same time, feeling the unique feeling of the smoke colliding with the mucous membrane in his mouth. In fact, as long as the editing does not affect the main story structure, it will be very surprising news. After all, I know my film style better than anyone else. Aha, you attach more importance to this screening than I thought. Bruce Rosenblum held a cigar in one hand, with a surprised smile on his face, walked to the sofa opposite him and sat down, and said curiously, Wayne, you should have heard that the box office share of Hollywood movies over there is basically negligible, and apart from that little box office share, there is no other income at all. 13%. Of course I know. Bruce Rosenblum was right about one thing. He really attached great importance to the screening of Batman, The Dark Knight. No one could feel the same fear and expectation as him. As for the so-called share of Hollywood movies over there, or even whether Batman, The Dark Knight makes money, it is not the primary goal. Not to mention, that 13% is actually the net profit, after deducting all expenses, including taxes. To be precise, it is still possible to make money. It is still a bit early now. Only Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox can see the potential of the movie audience on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. Therefore, Hollywood does not take this dispensable 13% very seriously. As more and more Hollywood films began to be released in that market, the 6 giants and some top medium-sized film companies gradually realized this. The subsequent changes in the movie box office sharing were also the efforts of the film companies headed by the 6 giants to add these terms to the bilateral negotiations between the 2 sides of the Taiwan Strait. The movie box office sharing has been 13% from 1994 to 2012, and it has only become 25% after 2012. This process also witnessed the rapid growth of the land on the other side into the world's 2nd largest movie box office outside North America. The reason why your movie Batman, The Dark Knight was allowed to be released this time is actually inseparable from the good relationship between Warner Brothers and them. However, even so, Carefully looking at Wayne's face, Bruce Rosenblum paused, then continued, even if Warner Brothers and they have a very good cooperative relationship, they also put forward some conditions. Unlike what Bruce Rosenblum imagined, Wayne did not become unhappy because of hearing the so-called conditions. Instead, he showed a very interested look, and even took out the cigar in his mouth, and looked over with interest. Tell me what the conditions are. Originally, I wanted you to go there in person, and attend this year's Magic City Film Festival. Unfortunately, due to the time of negotiation between the two sides and the timeliness of message transmission, this international A-level film festival recognized by the International Association of Film Producers has ended in early June. Shaking his head, Bruce Rosenblum saw that he seemed to like listening to the news over there very much, so he simply said, if you want, you can choose to attend the other two film festivals as a guest, one in September and the other in early October. When he heard about the other two film festivals, even if the other party did not say the specific name, Wayne basically knew which one it was. In fact, it didn't matter which one it was. At most, he was just a guest of the screening, to add some international color to the film festival. Now this year is almost the sweetest honeymoon period for both sides. The bald eagle is very happy to see the other side rise. After all, their number one imaginary enemy has always been Big Bear in these years, and Warner Brothers has a very good relationship with the other side, which is also the basis for the two sides to cooperate many times. I'll go back and discuss the work arrangements with Nana. I'll give you specific information as soon as possible about the exact month I'll be there. Wayne nodded. In fact, as soon as he said this, it meant that the trip to the other side of the Pacific Ocean was set. The head of distribution at Warner Brothers smiled, took a long puff of his cigar, and said, no problem. We've always had a branch over there. There's no need to worry about reception and security issues. Safety is the last thing I need to worry about. After muttering to himself, Wayne took a sip of coffee. As for the branch over there, he had heard of it more than once, which was why Warner Brothers had a good relationship with it. As one of the 6 Hollywood giants, Warner Brothers was the first to see the terrifying potential of the film market on the other side of the strait as early 1993. After all, for a country with a population of more than 1 billion, the demand for film entertainment is unquestionable. As for the cultivation of deeper viewing habits and the cultivation of the importance of copyright, these will gradually have more standardized rules over time. Warner Brothers has always believed in this, because even Hollywood and North America, the world's largest ticket warehouse, have slowly developed from chaos to order. This is a process that the film industry must go through. Warner Brothers also exported the first so-called Hollywood blockbuster The Fugitive to the other side of the strait as early as the summer of 1994. This movie has a huge impact on the fans there. Harrison Ford, the big star, is also the first Hollywood star remembered by the people on the other side of the strait. This is the first Hollywood movie to enter that land in the form of split revenue. The significance behind it is far greater than the box office figures achieved by the movie, because this is the beginning of Hollywood movies entering. If it weren't for Warner Brothers' trial The Fugitive, I don't know how long it would take for Hollywood to pay attention to that market. In the face of the conservatism of the other 5 major Hollywood production companies, Warner Brothers is avant-garde in this regard. In a few years, Warner Brothers will become the first Hollywood film company to try to establish a theater joint venture on that piece of land. Are there any other conditions on the other side? Wayne thought for a while and asked casually. No. Bruce Rosenblum shook his head and shrugged his shoulders and replied, I know how busy you are at work. I thought you wouldn't agree to such conditions at first. Waving his hand, Wayne thought for a while. September or October, just treat it as a vacation trip. It is now early July. If nothing unexpected happens, his work will be much easier in September or October. Therefore, facing the land that he has been thinking about, he still can't help wanting to go around, just as he said, even if it is just a relaxing trip. Just before the two chatted casually for a while and ended the topic, Bruce Rosenblum raised one hand, snapped, patted his thigh, smiled and shook his head, stood up, and walked a few steps to his desk. Under the puzzled gazes of Wayne and Nina, he took out a large file bag from the drawer and stuffed it directly into the assistant's hand. Look at this thing. Pointing at the file bag, Bruce Resembling was full of ridicule. "This is our branch over there. We spent a lot of effort to collect all the information about you. The content inside may interest you. Okay, that's it. I'll take some time to look at it when I get back." Putting the remaining half of the cigar in the ashtray, Wayne shook hands with the other party and left the office with Nina. After getting on the elevator, the assistant kept observing the file bag in her hand with a curious look in her eyes. She knew that the information that could make the Warner Brothers distribution director laugh must have something special. "Boss, let's go home or go back to Warner Studios." Serge's voice sounded when they got in the car. Wayne raised his wrist to check the time. It was past the time to get off work. He shook his head with a smile on his face. Obviously, he was in a very good mood at this time. "Forget it, let's go home." Chapter 577 Pirated Videotapes. On the way to Beverly, Nina kept looking down at the documents in her hand, and from time to time she looked up at her boss with a surprised look. Since the documents were divided into several pages of printed paper, this process continued even after the car turned into the Greenberg manor. "Tom Cruise and his wife are here." As soon as the car stopped by the fountain in the small square, the butler came up to report in a low voice and pointed at the red Ferrari sports car next to him. "When did they come?" While adjusting the buttons of his suit jacket, Wayne asked curiously, "Where are they?" "No more than 10 minutes. I was about to call Nina, and you came back." The butler took a briefcase from the assistant and walked towards the living room together. "They are in the living room, and Ms. Watts is with them." Nodding, Wayne and Nina looked at each other and quickened their pace. Jimmy and Pat Kingsley have been in contact with each other about the Iron Man project that they discussed before. According to the news Jimmy sent recently, although it is unlikely to reach a consensus in a short time, both parties are obviously willing to work towards a common goal. There is no way the other party is a superstar in the circle. If he can get to this level, even if he wants to star in a project, he will be extremely cautious when talking about money and profit distribution because of the existence of a group of behind-the-scenes teams. In addition, the schedule and other issues are not problems that can be solved by slamming the table. Hearing that Tom Cruise and his wife are visiting, Nina also frowned slightly. Before entering the living room of the main building, she reached out and pulled her boss's coat sleeve and whispered, "I heard that the executives of Marvel Comics have been arguing with Universal Pictures for a while, entangled in the issue of repurchasing the copyright of the Hulk. If the executives of Marvel really do it, then we really have to consider the Iron Man project as soon as possible. It's difficult. The copyright swallowed by the Big Six is basically impossible to spit out." Shaking his head, Wayne responded in a low voice and walked into the living room. Obviously, he didn't take the promise he made as a joke to heart. "Look, our Mr. 1.1 billion is back." Tom Cruise's handsome and sunny face, with a warm smile, teased him the moment he entered the living room, then stood up from the sofa, opened his arms, and gave him a hug. "Congratulations, Wayne. You are now the #1 box office in film history." "Thank you." Patting the other's back with both hands, Wayne also had a warm smile on his face and nodded to Nicole Kidman, who stood up behind him. "How did you have time to come here today?" While taking off his suit jacket and handing it to Naomi Watts, he asked the couple to sit down again with a puzzled voice. "I heard that Paramount was talking to you about the second part of Mission Impossible a few days ago. Copyright issues, you know." Tom Cruise pouted, obviously not wanting to continue this topic, with obvious indignation on his face. The reason behind this matter has almost spread throughout the circle. Due to the popularity of the first Mission Impossible film and the series being able to continue filming, Paramount will certainly want to make a sequel as soon as possible. However, the copyright of this series does not belong to Paramount, as is customary for Hollywood distribution companies. The film copyright of this TV series adaptation actually belongs to Tom Cruise's film studio and is shared with Paramount. The first film was a big hit, and the benefits generated were visible to the naked eye. Tom Cruise not only took away a high share of the global box office and the basic remuneration in the early stage, but also a large part of the remaining profits of all copyrights. To some extent, it can be said that Paramount spent a lot of effort and took a lot of financial risks, but gave up most of the benefits, just like working for Tom Cruise. Faced with such a situation, after the sequel was destined to be a big hit and the financial risk was reduced to the minimum, no film company could bear it, not to mention Paramount, one of the 6 majors, and the strong female head Shirley Lansing, who certainly did not want the situation of the first film to happen again. This is where the two sides have been entangled. To put it bluntly, it is to stand on their own standpoints and face the struggle for potential interests. This has nothing to do with right or wrong, but only with the opposing positions of labor and capital on both sides. And there is basically no good solution to this. It can only be compromised over time. Similar struggles for interest still exist even when Mission Impossible has been filmed to the 7th part. Before filming almost every Mission Impossible sequel, both sides have to play a long game. What is this? Just as Wayne and Tom Cruise were chatting about some interesting things in the circle, Naomi Watts' question attracted everyone's attention. At this time, she was looking through the information that Nina had placed on the table. Not only was she the only one watching, but Nicole Kidman beside her also cast an interested look. Some information collected by the Pacific branch of Warner Brothers. Wayne shrugged and answered casually, "I will go there in September or October to participate in some activities. Everyone is a relatively clear-headed elite class, and of course they will not be affected by some demonized remarks of some North American media. No one is stupid. Those things can fool ordinary people, but for these senior film workers in the circle, that is another matter, because only they really know what the media is. Hey, do you mind watching it together?" Tom Cruise grabbed the cigarette on the coffee table without hesitation, lit one, and leaned on the sofa with his upper body relaxed. He looked at Naomi Watts and his wife and asked curiously, "Is Wayne more famous over there than me?" "Tom, I'm sorry." Naomi Watts shrugged and said playfully, "According to some surveys in this information, maybe he is more famous than you over there, at least among certain people." Her answer caused a burst of laughter from several people in the living room. Wayne waved his hand nonchalantly, indicating that there was no secret in those things, and that they could be viewed at will. In fact, he was also very curious about what position he held in the hearts of the fans in that land. Okay. Naomi Watts cleared her throat deliberately, and under Nina's strange gaze, she began to read the above content. According to the investigation of the Warner Brothers branch, Wayne's popularity there is actually not low, and this high popularity among the fan community comes from pirated videotapes. Pirated videotapes? The assistant looked at her boss with an expression that said, "I knew it would be like this." There was a hint of teasing in her eyes as she looked at her boss. "Yes, pirated videotapes." Naomi Watts nodded, although there was also some disbelief in her voice. Although Wayne's films have never been shown in that land due to their special nature, his early works are all sold on pirated videotape stores on the streets. According to a survey by Warner Brothers, including Happy Death Day, Joker, It, Get Out, and even the more recent Batman Begins, are the best selling in the pirated videotape market there. It can be said that except for The Departed, other films are the main products in the pirated videotape market. This result was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Only Wayne shook his head with a wry smile. In fact, he should have thought of such a result a long time ago. With the great abilities of the fans there, let alone pirated videotapes, I'm afraid those videotapes are all uncut versions. At least he did a lot of these things in his previous life. What if he can't see some director's cuts of the original film? Not only those videotape vendors will give you choices and answers, but also the sharing of pioneers on the film forums is a great way. These pirated videotapes are not only bad. The staff of Warner Brothers branch found that this brought Wayne a very high reputation, especially among some specific fan groups. But this reputation is very low for ordinary people who don't care about movies. This contradictory situation has always existed. In this survey data, the staff of Warner Brothers branch used various examples to prove Wayne's influence. For example, he can be regarded as one of the most famous directors in that land. The only one who can be compared with him in Hollywood is Steven Spielberg, because the works of this Jewish old man are also the top products in the pirated videotape market. This has accumulated a surprising group of fans for him there, especially after the Oscar ceremony at the beginning of this year. Even some mainstream media there have reported it, and the credibility of the media there among ordinary people is much higher than that in the West. Among the fans, there is a serious polarization in the evaluation of Wayne. countless female fans who have watched his works have said that they do not like the films made by this director, but among the male fans, many fans call him the Dark King in Hollywood movies. As they listened to Naomi Watts reading the survey materials in a teasing tone, several people burst into good-natured laughter from time to time. "You've been too busy lately, otherwise, we could go out to sea together." Tom Cruise looked up at the quaint living room, shook his head, and said with emotion, "You don't look like a billionaire at all. You should enjoy the wealth brought by hard work, Wayne. You don't have a big yacht, no huge private jet, and except for this manner that I envy, you are almost a workaholic. You should learn to enjoy it. My work plan is scheduled for 5 years later." Wayne shook his head. He also ignored the laughter of Naomi Watts and Nicole Kidman at the information. He took a long breath and whispered, "However, give yourself a vacation, and you can always squeeze out time to go out to sea. I'm still free here. Find a time, call Will, and we'll go together later. No problem. The party on the sea is definitely more interesting than you think." Tom Cruise winked at him secretly and made an expression that all men understand. Wayne shrugged. "Okay, I'm looking forward to it." Chapter 578 The Flash announces preparations. Throughout early July to mid-July, Wayne has been trying to block out all kinds of reports from the outside world and concentrate on the work at hand. Except for occasional evening gatherings with Tom Cruise and his wife, most of the time, except for going to the X-Men location in Montreal, Canada, was spent in Warner Studios. Just as Charlie's Angels was about to enter the formal shooting stage, this movie, which had been in low-key preparation, finally attracted the attention of the media and people in the industry. When people saw that there was only the name Wayne Greenberg in the producer and investor column, they all knew that this movie was definitely different. Some interesting things happened during this period. Many big names in the industry found Wayne through the relationship of Warner Brothers and expressed their interest in the female protagonist in the movie. Drew Barrymore, who had worked with Wayne once, called first, followed by Milla Jovovich and even Julia Roberts' agent, who came to him through their relationship and expressed their interest in the film. Especially for the first-line actress in the circle, Big Mouth ZHU, now is her most box office appealing age. When her agent hinted that she could consider taking a pay cut to play the leading role just to participate in this project, Wayne was really tempted for a moment. Similar to Tom Cruise, the participation of such a top scarce resource in the circle means that the film will naturally have its own box office guarantee. At least before the first decade of the 2000s, the box office appeal of these first-line stars was fully guaranteed. However, after strict consideration, Wayne still refused all interference and was unwilling to get a time bomb in the crew. It was not for the so-called favors and promises. You know, in his mind, making money is always more important than having sex with women. If there are enough benefits, he would not even hesitate to replace Naomi Watts directly, but obviously, using an actress of Julia Roberts' status in this crew will obviously do more harm than good. You know, once the crew starts filming, the main decision makers can only be Luke Simmons and director Joseph McGinty-Mitchell. The two of them can't suppress the first-line actresses in the circle during the work. The naturally unequal status of the two sides will make the filming process very likely to get out of control. After all, this is not a project directed by Wayne himself. Instead of using big names that the crew can't control, it's better to keep it as it is. At least now these three women will only have some kind of competition in secret. The three of them are very clear about what can be done and what can't be done. In the end, while the media has not yet reported on the crew on a large scale, Luke Simmons led all the staff to fly to Miami in a low-key charter flight and started their first independent production journey. After the low-key filming of the Charlie's Angels project began, Wayne's work did not lighten much, which means that every week or so, he has to fly back and forth between Los Angeles, Montreal and Miami to ensure that the two projects he produced are in smooth filming. Time slowly entered the end of July. Tom Cruise's yacht beauty party was postponed again and again due to work reasons. Wayne personally participated in the premiere of The Breakers, the first collaboration between DreamWorks and Warner Brothers. When reporters had not yet reported on the film on a large scale, a piece of news that made all North American media in a state of panic came from Warner Brothers again. On August 1st, Warner Bros. And its DC Comics held a grand press conference at the Warner Bros. Building in Burbank, announcing that the preparations for the next DC movie The Flash had officially begun. Before this, the media and fans knew that Wayne's next movie would definitely be The Flash, who appeared at the end of Batman: The Dark Knight. The speculation and discussion about this movie had never stopped. Now that Warner Bros. Has officially released the news, not only hundreds of entertainment media have fallen into a carnival, but fans who have been interested in watching movies by the previous superhero movies are also watching this movie. The press hall of the Warner Bros. Building was packed with hundreds of reporters. Their eyes were almost all locked on Wayne, who was sitting in the middle, completely ignoring Charles Roven, who was sitting next to him, and other executives such as Bruce Rosenblum, the head of distribution at Warner Bros. As the host of this press conference, Warner Bros. Rarely invited Joe Kubert, the father of DC Comics superheroes. Perhaps this old man was not so high profile compared to Stan Lee, who was known as the father of Marvel Comics, but he had considerable symbolic significance for DC Comics. The presence of these people also made the media fully understand how much Warner Bros. Valued The Flash. Facing hundreds of journalists, Bruce Rosenblum threw a bombshell the first time he spoke. The estimated production cost of The Flash was $200 million US. Warner Bros. Valued it as much as Batman, at least in terms of financial investment. As if knowing what the reporters were concerned about, the head of distribution for Warner Bros. Finished explaining the preparations for the film step by step, and immediately nodded to the host of the press conference, Joe Kubert, who then announced that the press conference would enter the question and answer session. Obviously, this was what everyone was looking forward to. A reporter from the New Yorker stood up impatiently and pointed his gun directly at Wayne, who was sitting in the middle. Director Greenberg, according to the ending of The Dark Knight, all fans already know that your next movie is The Flash. As one of the 7 Justice Giants in the comics, why did you choose him? I think more fans are still looking forward to Superman and Wonder Woman. This is a difficult choice. Wayne pursed his lips, shrugged at all the reporters, stretched out his hand to slightly adjust the microphone on the table, and continued, the reason for choosing The Flash is not Superman or Wonder Woman, who everyone cares more about, but because The Flash is the key to connecting subsequent characters. I can't reveal more now, but I can guarantee that fans can find everything they want in this film. For North America in the 1990s, if you only look at the popularity, DC heroes such as Superman and Batman are naturally unique, but this does not mean that The Flash is not famous. If you put aside the 3 Justice Giants, the popularity of The Flash is also very high in these days. In the revised plan, this character is definitely a lubricant. It is not wrong to say that he is the key to connecting other characters. In subsequent films, Wayne has adopted many settings to change the timeline, and the ability represented by the Flash itself is the best time traveler. Wayne. As soon as he finished his answer, a reporter from Premiere stood up immediately. Can you talk about the actor who plays the Flash and the overall story of the film? This has always been the most concerned thing. We all found that at the end of Batman: The Dark Knight, the Flash had already appeared, but there was no frontal shot. DC movies have been shot for several times. The star-making ability of this series is unquestionable. From the earliest Nicolas Cage to the now popular Christian Bale and others, even the main supporting roles in Batman have tasted the taste of overnight fame from this series, and their value has increased greatly. All reporters know that, given the young director's habit of hiring people, he is unlikely to choose a famous actor to play the Flash. Only in this way can he fully ensure that most of the film's investment is used for special effects and other expensive work. Therefore, who is the next lucky person who is very likely to become a big hit has become the focus of all reporters. This has almost become a rule for Wayne's movies. Christian Bale has deeply experienced this feeling of being followed by a large number of media reports before officially starring. First of all, I must sincerely tell you that I'm still considering the actor issue, and there will be a great possibility of large-scale auditions later. After coughing lightly to attract the attention of all reporters, Wayne said to the microphone, and everything related to the main participants is now confidential. As for the specific story of the project The Flash, I can tell you now that this is a story about the origin of the Flash. Some things are said now, and the suspense is revealed too early. This is just the preparatory press conference for The Flash. The main purpose is to announce to the outside world through a large number of media that the next DC movie has entered the formal production. Of course, the information must be released little by little. In fact, the entire press conference was carried out with this tone. Facing various questions from reporters, Bruce Rosenblum and Wayne chose to keep their mouths shut and did not reveal too much about the specific content of the movie. Now is just the preparation period for the film, and it is still a long way from the publicity period. Although the entire press conference did not reveal much information, it lasted for 2 hours. After the press conference, Wayne had lunch with several Warner Brothers executives and took the low-key DC superhero father Joe Kubert to Warner Studios to formally convene the core group behind the scenes to start the preparations for the film. Not long after the press conference ended, Warner Brothers had deposited the $50 million in preparatory funds needed for the early stage into the account of a third-party insurance company. This is the most important requirement for a film to start work. Only when the funds are in place can the next specific work begin. Compared with Batman, The Dark Knight, the production funds for this Flash are much more abundant. As the reporters imagined, Wayne did not want to use the already famous actors at all. According to his usual way, he was the only worker in the entire crew who could get a salary of tens of millions, which was also the main factor in ensuring sufficient funds for the film production. Chapter 579 Candidates. The reason why the production cost of The Flash was as high as $200 million is that there are probably two most expensive parts. The first big expense is Wayne's salary. It is no different from the previous films. He will receive $20 million in advance salary as the basic salary. There is almost no dispute about this. Compared with the income that DC movies can generate, the Warner Brothers negotiation team has almost no hesitation about this part of the payment. Everything has precedence. Wayne has proved it more than once. This may be the top salary for other people in the circle, but it is cheap for him in the DC series of movies. As for the later box office share of the film, there is no point to discuss this. 20% of the global box office has also been approved by Warner Brothers executives and Jimmy. Perhaps in terms of the director's salary of the DC series of movies, this is the most tacit and straightforward negotiation between the two parties. Apart from the box office share after the film is released, another major expense of the $200 million production fund is the special effects, which are known for burning money. This is almost unavoidable. Anyone in the industry knows that movie special effects have always been a matter of 1 cent for $1. You get what you pay for. If you want to make a film that uses special effects to reflect the protagonist's ability, you can't save this part of the money. In fact, to put it bluntly, Wayne has no experience to refer to for the film The Flash, and it is impossible to achieve a perfect balance between art and business like Batman, The Dark Knight. Therefore, the main selling point of this film is the special effects and audiovisual experience that make movie fans' adrenaline soar. However, with the popularity accumulated by his previous DC films, the DC method can be said to have begun to emerge. Coupled with Barry Allen's popularity, even if this film is a pure audiovisual feast of popcorn, I believe there will not be too much risk of loss at the box office. Both parties have great confidence in recovering the investment in the film. As for the choice of the male lead, Wayne really didn't lie to the reporter. Although the actor who appeared in the Easter egg of Batman, The Dark Knight was a good candidate, he really didn't decide to use him. Even if the young actor was willing to sign a contract with Warner Brothers for more than 7 films without reservation, everything had to be discussed after Charles Roven contacted the other party's agent. After the preparatory press conference of the film, the media spread the news very quickly, especially for the insiders. Charles Roven's phone was bombarded with agents interested in this project in a short period of time, including some actors who have already become famous. Everyone can see the opportunity here. Even Tom Cruise has called in person to test it, which shows how much this role makes the actors in the circle excited. Listen, the name Coppola will not be taken care of in my team at all. In the director's office in the studio, where Warner Studios was preparing for The Flash, Wayne tilted his head, holding a half-burnt cigarette in the corner of his mouth, and looked at the woman sitting opposite the desk with an inquiring look in his eyes. Even according to the aesthetics here, this woman is definitely not beautiful, but this face is very recognizable. Sofia Coppola, who grew up in the crew, has obviously completely given up the business of acting. The criticism of film critics and the special favor of the Golden Plum Awards have made this woman, who has participated in great movies such as The Godfather, since she was a child, want to succeed behind the scenes and hit the faces of those critics in another direction. I understand, Mr. Greenberg. Sofia Coppola looked directly into the man's eyes and was not shaken by the other party's stern voice. She knew very well how rare it was to have the opportunity to join the team of this successful man. The other party gave her such an opportunity entirely for the sake of Nicolas Cage. You know, Francis Ford Coppola has always had a bad impression of Wayne, but when he heard that she had the opportunity to join his team, he also rarely said anything against it, which shows the influence of this successful man on all the behind-the-scenes workers in the circle. Assistant director and assistant director. Nodding with satisfaction, Wayne tapped his hand lightly on the desk, looked at the woman and continued, "This is your job in the crew, and assistant director is your main job. Believe me, if you can stick to it, you will at least learn something." Among all the second generations in the circle, this woman is definitely a typical example of hard work and progress. Wayne understands this better than anyone else. Unfortunately, this is a circle composed of male chauvinism. Even though Me Too became popular more than a decade later, it has never fundamentally changed all this. Sofia Coppola does have a unique talent for directing from a female perspective, but it is naturally much more difficult for a female director to achieve higher achievements than a male director. For example, the movie Lost in Translation, which amazed the entire circle as soon as it debuted. I'm afraid no one would have thought that this movie would be the other party's debut and the pinnacle of the other party. As for after the pinnacle, so when Wayne saw this woman's distinctive face, the first thing that came to his mind was Scarlett Johansson's seductive buttocks. When he watched any movie back then, he would never have thought that the shot at the beginning of the movie that made men's blood boil was the biggest scale of the whole movie. This is the motivation for me to join, Mr. Greenberg. Sofia Coppola did not hide it and said in a nasal voice, "I hope to be able to follow you, a successful person, and learn enough successful experience." When she mentioned this, she immediately thought of Zack Snyder, the New York advertising director. After training in the other party's crew for several years, his first independent work was the dark horse The Matrix. Although everyone knew that everything from the script to the project plan was from the hands of the man opposite, who could deny Zack Snyder's ability? Just like the still popular The Matrix Reloaded, this movie has been in theaters for a month and a half, since it was released in mid-June. The North American box office has accumulated more than $250 million US. According to the latest news released by Warner Brothers, the global box office has reached $590 million US. Although the film has been criticized for being too popcorn-like since its release, and the box office trend of the film has also shown obvious lack of stamina, it is not just The Matrix Reloaded. Any summer action science fiction commercial film has the same box office trend. It is because the box office and art are difficult to balance that the greatness of Batman, The Dark Knight is reflected. Okay, you will come with me to the preparatory meeting. Raising his wrist to check the time, Wayne nodded, stood up, picked up the prepared materials on the table, and took the lead to walk out of the office. Just as Sofia Coppola and Nina followed together, Wayne, who had just opened the door, stood still again abnormally, as if he suddenly remembered something, turned around, looked directly at Sofia Coppola, and at the same time, his stern voice rang out. "Listen, Sofia, I still have to say something in advance." He frowned slightly and pointed a finger at his head. "In my team, I can teach you how to make a movie, and you can also learn a lot from other members here, but you have to remember that I can teach you how to make a movie, but I can never teach you how to succeed." After that, he ignored the stunned woman and turned to walk towards the meeting room. Of course, he knew the purpose of the other party joining his team, but there were some facts that he had to explain first. Their shooting styles were destined to not match him like Zack Snyder did, so as to avoid disappointment in the woman's future work. In the subsequent preparatory meeting, because there was almost no change in the team members, everyone was very proficient in their work. In addition to introducing Sofia Coppola to everyone, Wayne was also assigning tasks step by step. For special effects, which is the most important part, he still invited the special effects team of Industrial Light and Magic, Brooks Carter's team. The two sides have been cooperating since Batman Begins, so they are familiar with this aspect. It is not the first time that he and the prop supervisor of the crew, Wix Hart, have cooperated. The two sides will work together as soon as possible to produce the most important Flash armor. Audition work. Schwartz Bob, the assistant director in charge of casting, looked at him and pondered after Wayne assigned all the work. Boss, you have to decide on the actor for Barry Allen as soon as possible. Now the phone calls between me and Charles are almost blown up by those agents. Wayne, who was sitting at the front of the conference table, frowned and turned to look at Charles Roven beside him, wanting to hear his opinion. The young man named James Franco and his agent are very sincere. Charles Roven, who chose to continue to cooperate with Wayne, has adapted to the working habits of both parties. Without a word of nonsense, he opened the folder in front of him and said, since he signed a confidentiality agreement and played the Flash in the Easter egg at the end of Batman, The Dark Knight, he has been actively preparing for this role, and his body shape is very good. In addition, his agent has told me more than once that they are willing to accept any conditions offered by the crew, including signing a long-term film contract with Warner Brothers. Nodding silently, Wayne habitually waved to Nina, took the cigarette handed over by the assistant, lit one and began to consider in his mind. For young actors, they have nothing themselves, so he is not surprised that the other party is willing to sign a long-term film contract. This can effectively limit the actors from asking for higher remuneration in the sequel. You asked me to contact Ben Affleck's agent, but he obviously misunderstood me. Charles Roven knew Wayne's thinking habits, and regardless of whether he was stunned or not, he continued, his agent hopes to contact the crew after the movie Good Will Hunting starring him is released. The movie received almost all positive reviews after the preview. It seems that his agent hopes to use this to put forward some conditions to the crew. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580 Ben, Fire Your Agent. Twice, we went to Wayne Greenberg's crew together and auditioned twice. The Los Angeles Walk of Fame was crowded with people, and every star on it represented a legendary name. In a roadside cafe, Matt Damon looked at the pedestrians coming and going outside the window, took a sip of coffee, and muttered in a low voice, "But every time I get only disappointment, Ben. Only disappointment after waiting." Compared to a few years ago, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck are in a much better situation in the circle at this time. At least they are not small actors who want to act but no one cares about them. Especially with Harvey Weinstein's sudden favor, too many things have changed during this period. No one can deny the business vision of Miramax, the Fat Man, and no one can deny that the Fat Man has a problem with his character, but all this has nothing to do with the two of them. Matt Damon's thoughts were very simple. It was Harvey Weinstein, the big boss in the industry, who gave him the opportunity to show his talent and was willing to invest real money in him to produce Good Will Hunting, which he personally wrote. The film will be released soon. So this actor who has been constantly hitting a wall in the past few years knows very well that, even if there are 10,000 people who say that Harvey Weinstein is bad and curse him for having no character and bottom line, as long as the other party is good to him and gives him the opportunity to show his talent, then in his eyes, Harvey Weinstein, this fat man, is an absolutely good person, and he must stand on the same boat with him. I don't know if I can still trust my agent now. Hearing his friend's complaint, Ben Affleck shrugged his shoulders and did not pick up the other party's topic. Instead, he focused on his agent. Matt, my agent is from Artist Management Group, AMG, you should know what I mean. His words also made Matt Damon fall into deep thought. The so-called Artist Management Group, or AMG, is an agency that suddenly appeared this year. Ben Affleck's agent, who was originally under CAA, also suddenly switched to this company. The only asset that this agent took away from CAA was Ben Affleck, who was not valued. If we mention AMG, which caused a shock in the agency industry as soon as it appeared, we must mention its founder Michael Ovitz. This agency industry giant, the former head of Walt Disney, who was once known as the behind-the-scenes power holder in the Hollywood entertainment industry, broke up with his childhood friend and took the $120 million given by Disney to leave the Big Six, and then turned around and returned to his old business. It is well known in the industry that this agency industry tycoon was determined to switch to Disney in his early years, which caused a great shock to the senior partners of CAA, so that this company with the most complete system in the agency industry let go of Wayne Greenberg, a client with unlimited potential. After that, although the main reason for Michael Ovitz's departure from Disney was the failure of the power struggle, no one can deny that the project he led was rubbed on the ground by Wayne's work, which was also one of the reasons for his being kicked out. After he left Disney, his childhood friend, Disney Emperor Michael Eisner, told the media without hesitation that his management ability was not up to standard. It was precisely these things that were never a secret that made Ben Affleck doubt his agent and refuse the audition of the Flash crew. There were other unspeakable factors behind it. Although the agent's reasons were very sufficient, he wanted to wait until Good Will Hunting was released before agreeing to the other party's audition invitation, and his treatment might be much better. But everyone knows that Wayne Greenberg's project has never had an example of an actor who was indispensable. The actors in the circle who were eyeing his project might be able to line up from Burbank to Malibu. Ben Affleck was very sober and knew that with his status in the circle, he was absolutely not qualified to negotiate with the Flash crew. Fire him, Ben. Compared to his friend, Matt Damon was much more decisive. He knew very well that the agent was just a servant to him. If he had any doubts, he might as well fire him. After all, changing an agent would cost almost nothing for people like them. After careful consideration for a while, he finally sighed and looked at Ben Affleck, saying, "I don't know if this audition invitation will end up like what we've experienced before, but, Ben, this doesn't stop you from firing your agent. There's one more thing I hope you can think about." Nodding silently, Ben Affleck looked at his friend across the table in confusion. "What, Harvey?" Hearing his friend's words, he almost immediately frowned. Harvey Weinstein has been in constant trouble since the end of the year before last, when the award season began. These inexplicable troubles have even spread to the Good Will Hunting crew. As long as they think of those things that constantly harassed the crew and made the filming intermittent, stopping for a few days and starting for a few days in a continuous cycle, all of them feel aggrieved. The main reason for these problems is that Harvey Weinstein has some means that have touched the bottom line of Wayne or Warner Brothers. If Disney had not secretly intervened in the end, perhaps those troubles would still accompany all Miramax projects. It seems that this matter has passed. It was only when Harvey Weinstein was forced to make concessions to Disney again that those inexplicable troubles disappeared temporarily. But no one knows whether the bad things against this fat man will happen again and again in the future. According to the news that has been circulating in the circle, Wayne Greenberg, the gentleman representative in front of the media and the public, has never been an easy person to mess with secretly. Don't look at the other party's sunny and kind appearance. In fact, he is also petty and vindictive and secret. Judging from the current relationship between the two parties, as long as Ben Affleck agrees to this audition, it means that Harvey Weinstein will definitely be unhappy. Well, let's make an appointment with Harvey tonight. Looking at the hesitant expression on his friend's face, Matt Damon certainly knows how entangled the other party is. No one can remain indifferent to Wayne Greenberg's audition invitation. At least no actor in this circle can. Just tell him clearly. I believe Harvey can understand you. Listen, Ben, this is definitely an opportunity for you. Look at Christian Bale. The star-making ability of DC superheroes is too strong. F***K. Ben Affleck, who had been hesitant, suddenly burst into a rare swear word and slapped his thigh with his hand. What's wrong? Matt Damon tilted his head, thinking that there was a problem with his idea. Damn, the crew of The Flash didn't specify which role to audition. Suddenly thinking of this, Ben Affleck's face was very ugly. This means that he needs to face the risk of breaking up with Harvey Weinstein, who has promoted him, and pursue an opportunity that is not certain at all. If it is just a small supporting role in a movie, the uncertainty of things is the most troublesome part. Matt Damon also thought of this. He looked at his friend, gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, such an opportunity, unless you want to give it up yourself, let's talk to Harvey first. No matter if he will be unhappy or not, I will accompany you to the audition. It's a bet." The two stretched out their right hands at the same time, clapping in the air, and Ben Affleck's eyes flashed with an incomparable determination. However, their plan was destined to disappoint the two today. Harvey Weinstein was not in Los Angeles at this time. He appeared in a small town in Kentucky, which was called Elizabeth. Yes, it was the Queen Elizabeth. Unfortunately, except for the name, it has almost nothing to do with Elizabeth. The town has no attractive landscape, only residents. Harvey Weinstein's destination is also not this town, but another town called Versailles not far from the town. Compared with the town of Elizabeth, it has more historical buildings, and is obviously more suitable as a filming and shooting location for the crew. On the way to Versailles, Harvey Weinstein's face was very gloomy, so that the assistants who followed him did not dare to say a word along the way, nor did they dare to ask them what the purpose of this trip was. Although Harvey Weinstein is overbearing and has no bottom line in the circle, with his experience in the circle over the years, he has never acted in this way and really offended those top bosses to death, especially when facing the six giants other than Walt Disney. Unless he is crazy, he will offend them to death instead of cooperating. There have always been rumors in the circle that he dared to break into the offices of the CEOs of the six giants, but no one knows the origin of those rumors as well as he does. In fact, whether he was in the past or now, he has always been very sober. With the size of himself and Miramax, he will never be able to fight against those serious media giants. At most, he will only disgust them. Seriously speaking, although Miramax started out as a small budget independent film, it has never been short of cooperation with major film companies. People may only see his arrogant and domineering side, but he himself will never be stupid and crazy enough to really challenge the bottom line of the six giants. Even if some things make the other party disgusted, he has a very accurate sense of proportion. This is also the main reason why he has been able to be domineering in the circle over the years. Interests are the source of all conflicts, and they are also the lubricant that can ease all conflicts. In Harvey Weinstein's eyes, there are no conflicts that cannot be eased, only the possibility of not finding the right node. Chapter 581. Believe me, you will be willing to help. In the town of Versailles, where the movie Elizabeth was filmed, Cate Blanchett sat expressionlessly in front of a makeshift dressing table, allowing the makeup artist to simply remove her makeup so that she could eat during her lunch break. The Dark Knight is still moving towards a higher peak. The North American box office of this great movie is approaching $550 million US. According to the latest information released by Warner Brothers, the global box office of the movie is as high as $1.16 billion US. Although the hottest screening period of the movie has passed, some overseas theaters are still showing it. The latest forecast given by a third-party forecasting company shows that, if there is no new box office growth point, the final global box office of The Dark Knight will hardly reach $1.2 billion US. The North American box office potential of this movie has been basically exhausted. There are less than 1,500 theaters still showing the film. All signs indicate that this great movie from the hands of Wayne Greenberg, the Dark King of Hollywood, is about to reach the end of its great journey. According to the latest information obtained by our reporter, the gambling companies in Las Vegas have made significant adjustments to the odds of the film and have rarely closed the betting channel on whether the film can reach $1.2 billion US. Obviously, these gambling companies with a keen sense of smell no longer believe in the so-called market rules. The crew assistant was reading a copy of the Hollywood Daily Entertainment in a low voice. Even though she didn't get any feedback from the listener, she didn't stop reading those incredible numbers. She knew that the leading actress of the crew was listening the whole time. Not far from them, sitting on the prop box, were two actresses who were also waiting to remove their makeup. They were staring at the dressing table, or at Cate Blanchett, and they would whisper a few words from time to time. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to reach the ears of the leading actress who was removing her makeup. Fanny Aldant, Emily Mortimer. The film producer Mike Freese walked up to the two of them, stretched out his finger, pointed at them in the air, and warned them in a low voice, "Listen, I don't care if you have conflicts in private, but I don't want to continue to hear adjectives like cousin, bastard, or son of a bitch, okay?" Seeing the two actresses nod reluctantly, he left with an ugly face. No one knew why these actresses were always divided into several factions in the crew, but their target was obvious, the heroine Cate Blanchett. Originally, he didn't bother to care about these things. Every crew had the same situation. As long as it didn't affect the filming, no one would care about the bad things between the actresses. But when he thought of those rumors, Mike Fries felt a headache. More importantly, the reason why Cate Blanchett was able to directly become the heroine of the film was because Time Warner CEO Kevin Tsujihara personally said hello, and no one could underestimate this. Whether this Australian woman was having an affair with Wayne Greenberg as rumored, or had an unclear relationship with Kevin Tsujihara as rumored in the crew, he didn't want to care. What he was worried about now was that this Australian woman would be affected by long-term isolation during filming. "Are you done, Kate?" Mike Fries came to the heroine, waited for her to remove her makeup, paused for a moment, and looked at her with mixed emotions. He said, "Someone came to visit you on the set." "Visiting? Me?" Cate Blanchett pointed a finger at her face in surprise. "Who is it? I have almost no friends here." She stood up from her chair, and without waiting for the producer's answer, she was ready to see who could find such a remote place. Mike Fries shrugged, and under the gaze of countless crew members, he turned around and took her to his trailer. When she stepped into the relatively spacious trailer, Cate Blanchett saw the three people sitting inside. She hesitated for a moment, but then smiled self-deprecatingly and walked in with an unchanged expression. She understood better than anyone else that perhaps this fat guy could pester her before, and even brazenly asked her to go to the hotel room to read the script. Now, she believed that this fat guy would not ask for trouble. "Long time no see, Ms. Blanchett." Harvey Weinstein was the first to say hello, which made the other people look surprised. Obviously, no one didn't know the fat man's domineering personality. Behind the surprised eyes, they all looked thoughtful. "Hello, Mr. Weinstein." Cate Blanchett seemed to have forgotten the previous things, and nodded with a smile. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I flew here this time to talk to your male lead Joseph Fiennes about something. I remembered that you are also in this crew, so." Harvey Weinstein spread his hands. "If you are not familiar with them, you will definitely think that they have a good personal relationship." After a pause, the fat man stood up from his chair, nodded to the people around him, moved forward 2 steps, came to the heroine, and whispered, "Can we talk alone?" Before Cate Blanchett could say anything, the voice of the crew producer Mike Fries rang out. "Harvey, this is my crew. I need to give." No, don't get me wrong, Mike." Harvey Weinstein smiled and explained like a producer, "I swear, this is a good thing. It's the same thing as what I just talked about with Joseph. You know, Shakespeare in Love is Miramax's top project next year, so I want to talk to Kate alone." "Okay, you guys talk." Mike Fries nodded expressionlessly and took the lead to walk down the trailer. Then the crew's male lead Joseph Fiennes shrugged and walked down as well. There were only 2 people left in the entire carriage. After hearing about the project of Shakespeare in Love, Cate Blanchett obviously did not take it too seriously. Instead, she looked at the fat man opposite with vigilance. She would never believe that the other party would come to this remote town for the male lead of Shakespeare in Love. She was not stupid and had the most basic judgment of things. At least now she was sure that this guy came for her. "Harvey, listen to me, Kate." Harvey Weinstein smiled and shook his head. The first sentence made the woman straighten her back. "I once had a short and close cooperation with Wayne Greenberg, and we cooperated quite well and made a lot of money. What do you want to say? I don't understand." Sure enough, the woman's vigilance was instantly raised to the highest level. She knew better than anyone that she was just a little actor who came from Australia. In addition to her good figure and face, the purpose that made this fat man come to the crew could only be related to that man. "Don't be nervous, Kate." Raising his hands, Harvey Weinstein made a harmless gesture to indicate that he had no ill intentions. "I mean, there is a little misunderstanding between Wayne and me now. I need a chance to talk to him, and let us forget the previous unpleasantness. I think you must be willing to help me make an appointment with him, right? Hey, don't rush to refuse." Seeing that the woman wanted to refuse outright, his voice seemed full of temptation, and he deliberately lowered it. "Believe me, you will be willing to help me with this." Before the fat man opposite finished speaking, Cate Blanchett's mouth corners slowly lifted up, but any normal person could see the sarcasm in it. "Mr. Weinstein, I didn't tell Wayne that you wanted to force me to go to the damn hotel room and read that shitty script. I remember it was the Shakespeare in Love you mentioned just now, right? I don't want to cause trouble. If you continue to pester me, I will definitely call Wayne. I swear, I will. Don't worry." Harvey Weinstein seemed confident. Since he dared to fly from Los Angeles, he was sure that he could solve the potential troubles from Warner Brothers. Being stared at by a media group was not much different from being stared at by a king cobra. He was tired of the feeling of being bitten at any time. You might as well listen first to see what you can get from it. At night, the Greenberg manor gradually lit up with lights. From the living room of the main building of the villa hidden behind the woods around the manor, there was a burst of giggles from time to time, mixed with dull barking of dogs. Little Fendi Greenberg sat on her father's lap, waving her two white and tender little arms, constantly greeting three half-grown bully dogs, and still speaking words that only she could understand. Perhaps the three little bullies who had always accompanied her could also understand. Her strong body, like a muscle lump, kept running and circling around the father and daughter sitting on the carpet. "Our little princess is not growing as fast as these three little guys." Nina's eyes never left the dogs, and she was deeply curious about this rare breed of dog. Their endurance, sense of responsibility, and even intelligence are definitely the best family companion dogs. Even if Fendi hurts them, I have never seen them get angry. This kind of dog will definitely become the choice of more families in the future. Serge's vision is not wrong. At least in this matter, he is very reliable. Wayne shrugged, stretched out a hand, and touched the head of the dog that looked fierce and domineering, but was actually a warm man. These three little ones have been growing up with their daughter since the day they came to the manor. They can be said to be the best playmates of little Fendi in her childhood. He has a deep affection for dogs, so he also likes them very much. Before the two of them continued to chat, the mobile phone on the coffee table rang at an inopportune time, interrupting Wayne's time to accompany his daughter after finishing his busy work. Frowning, Nina knew that it was Wayne's private phone call outside of work, and she couldn't just choose to ignore it. She glanced at her boss, then at the giggling little kid in his arms, tilted her head, stood up, picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. "It's Cate Blanchett. She wants to talk to you in person." Not long after, the assistant covered the receiver and whispered, "Give it to me." While taking the phone, Wayne handed the child to Nina's arms, stood up from the carpet, and walked to the living room window. "I'm Wayne Greenberg. Tell me what's going on." Looking at the lights flashing in the garden from time to time, those were the figures of the security guards patrolling, and listening to the voice coming from the phone. Except for the occasional he didn't say anything else for nearly 10 minutes. "You're very honest, Cate." When the other party finished speaking, and the phone returned to silence, Wayne looked out the window expressionlessly, and said into the microphone, "How about this? I'm going to be busy with auditions for The Flash in the next 2 days. Tell him that you want to talk, don't you? I'll give him this opportunity, and ask him to take time to come directly to Warner Studios." Chapter 580 to a dozen male models. After experiencing the glory of DC superhero movies such as Joker, Batman Begins and Batman, The Dark Knight, the entire Hollywood film industry, the North American media industry, and even fans in all regions of the world are basically full of creativity and expectations when facing the news that Warner Brothers and Wayne officially announced that The Flash has entered the preparation period. No one would be foolish to think whether this Flash can be successful, whether it can meet the tastes of movie fans, and whether it can be favored by the market. The residual power of Batman, The Dark Knight is still there, so no one has considered that this Flash will fail unexpectedly. Even the top management of Warner Brothers happily opened a budget of $200 million for the film. Note that this is only the production cost. According to the practice of Hollywood in the past 2 years, after all the work of the film is completed, at least 40% of the publicity and distribution funds will be opened, which shows how much confidence Warner Brothers has in him. However, no one would have thought how serious Wayne's anxiety was. Strictly speaking, this is the first time he has shot a movie in Hollywood completely according to his own ability. In his mind, there is no video material for this flash. This means that there are no shortcuts this time. After the preparations for this film began, the core team members also more or less discovered the changes in Wayne's working methods. He was more cautious than any previous film preparations. This was something that everyone could feel. The person who felt it the most and had the most troubles was the casting director Schwartz. According to his usual work habits, he had already started selecting actors, especially those low-level actors in various small roles. The most important main roles also began the first few rounds of auditions, waiting for Wayne to participate in the final round of approval. Obviously, the situation has changed this time. The main reason is that the script of The Flash has been fine-tuned, which has never happened before. The frequent changes in the script mean uncertainty for the actors. Now it's not just Schwartz who has a headache. Even Charles Roven, who is responsible for negotiating contracts with the actor's agent, is at a loss for a while, because no one knows what Wayne is thinking, and whether he will overturn the confirmed script the next day. Listen, Charles. In the conference room of the Warner Studios, where half a day of auditions had just been completed, Julia, who had been promoted to the best editor at the Oscars, helped to organize the equipment, while looking at the producer who was worried about a pile of resumes, and teased, "If I were you, I would throw these dogshit materials with different photos on them on Wayne's desk, and tell him that I quit." Charles Roven, who was already having a headache with the resumes, shrugged at the people around him who were laughing after hearing the teasing, and raised a smile of joy in the midst of suffering. There were already a lot of actors auditioning for the crew, but for those who were temporarily decided, he could not discuss the contract issues with the agents, who were looking forward to it. Just like these resumes in his hands, no one knew whether the actual controller of the crew would suddenly cancel a role, or add a role. It's actually okay here. At least no agent dares to rush me, right? Charles Roven smiled bitterly and shook his head. He turned his eyes and looked at the casting director Schwartz, who was sitting next to him. This guy's work intensity was obviously much greater than his own. The casting team led by him was exhausted these days. "Schwartz, consider Julia's suggestion. Come on. Take these resumes, then kick open the door of the director's office and throw them all hard on that icy face. How about it? Are you tempted?" As soon as he finished speaking, several team members who came to help laughed again. Not only Steve Wilson, who was poking at the camera equipment, but also the newly joined Sofia Coppola, broke the silent image they had always maintained and grinned at the poor casting director. Hey, guys. Schwartz, who was raising one hand and pressing hard on both sides of his forehead, turned his head and curled his lips. He didn't care about everyone's laughter at all, and whispered, "F***K, shitty work makes me happy. How about it? Are you envious?" Charles Roven continued to tease. "Unfortunately, if there was a red sofa in the middle of the audition room, you would really experience the joy of work. Everyone is a senior behind the scenes person in the circle." Basically everyone can understand the meaning of this sentence and understand why the producer said this. This is Wayne's crew. For those slightly more important roles, Schwartz's casting team will never dare to reach out. The other party may indeed have something with those little actors every time, but the bottom line has always been there, and they never dare to mess around. This is also the reason why the casting director can maintain a stable position in this team. However, doing so means losing the biggest benefit behind the casting director. I'm afraid everyone doesn't know the meaning of the red sofa. Come on, Schwartz, you're just too timid. After getting familiar with this group of people, Julia, the editing master who had always presented herself as a black aunt, completely exposed her nature as a middle-aged woman. She raised her eyebrows at the casting director and said bluntly, "Look at those sexy handsome guys. If I were the one conducting the audition, I would definitely have a deep chat with them." How deep? As the question was raised, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and Wayne walked in with Nina with an expressionless face. He also put several bound documents on the table. My dear senior sister, dear Oscar-winning editor, if your editing effect can meet my expectations in the post-production of this film, then I will find you a dozen male models at the celebration party of the film. Oh my god, a dozen male models. Steve Wilson screamed in fake surprise, patted Julia's shoulder, blinked and teased. If I were you, I would love my work like Schwartz. My god, a dozen male models. This will definitely make you happy. Right, boss. He turned his head and looked at Wayne, who was lighting a cigarette with an exaggerated expression, wanting to confirm. After all, everyone has worked together for many years, so they all know Wayne's working style. They know that, although he will turn into a nice face once he enters the crew, he will not be angry because of these harmless teasing. The atmosphere of the core team is relatively harmonious, which will only make him happy, at least on the surface. Yes, a dozen. Waving his hand, Wayne took a few long puffs of his cigarette, and with one hand, he carefully grasped the printed materials on the table, looking at Charles Rovnan Schwartz. Okay, let's talk business. The script has been finalized, and basically there will be no major fine-tuning. Charles, talk to the agents of those actors about the contract. Schwartz, the audition plan for the main roles remains unchanged. Even if there are adjustments, it will not affect these people. Okay. Charles Rove nodded. Okay, boss. Schwartz picked up a script and said that he was clear about the next work. This script, which had been constantly adjusted, almost drained all of Wayne's energy. He took into account the conditions of convenient shooting and so on. Now the reason why these team members think he is abnormal is because no one is more cautious than him, and they know the uncertainty of this film better. The Flash had never been shown on the big screen until he came here. Although he heard that Warner Brothers had started production, he had never seen the specific images. Compared with the previous movies, this movie required him to grope his way forward. Wayne never admitted that he was a super genius, so he would also feel great pressure and anxiety about uncertain things, and his choices would be relatively more conservative. For these reasons, he used a stupid method this time, which was to follow the mainstream Hollywood production process. The first thing to bear the brunt is the film development stage. Normally, after a successful producer has a movie idea, he will write an introduction to the idea at this stage. After that, these introductions will be expanded into a movie script of about 30 pages. After several revisions by himself or the screenwriter team, the producer will produce a complete project plan based on the revised script, which can contact the film company or potential investors. The second stage is the pre-production stage, which is the so-called film preparation. If an investor or film company invests in this idea, they will determine the producer team to form a production office, and then the producer will be responsible for recruiting the behind-the-scenes production team, with the behind-the-scenes team as the center, to prepare all the preparations needed for the next stage. The third stage is the shooting of film materials after preparation. After the shooting of the materials, it is the post-production work, and finally the film is released. Obviously, this step-by-step approach is not applicable to Wayne, but the basic process is not different. It is just stuck in the transformation of film ideas into scripts. Due to the uncertainty and excessive caution, the script has been constantly fine-tuned. Once the entire crew is up and running, even during the preparation period of the film, it will still affect the whole body. Fortunately, Wayne has finally determined the final draft of the script, which will not continue to affect the next work, especially the negotiation with the actor's agent. After the brief meeting, several members of the core team each got a copy of the script and started to do their own work. After a simple lunch, the crew ushered in the most important actor audition, the protagonist Flash Barry Allen. Chapter 583 Audition. In the temporary dressing room of the Warner Studios, a thin actor was wearing a special costume. His whole body was filled with dark red, especially the two sides of the dark red helmet, which had obvious yellow lightning signs. The actor sat in front of the macute mirror with a nervous mood, checking his appearance over and over again. Suddenly, the door was pushed open from the outside, and a middle-aged man dressed like a typical agent walked in. "I have already inquired. This time, Wayne Greenberg mainly looks at your appearance and whether it fits the Flash in the script. The agent turned around and closed the door, whispering to his client, "Relax, James, you have an advantage over anyone else. Don't forget that the Easter egg image that appeared at the end of Batman: The Dark Knight was completed by you in front of the green screen. Unless Wayne Greenberg suddenly changes his mind, no one else can compete with you." James Franco nodded silently. Although he said so, he believed that no actor could remain calm when facing such an opportunity. He has been preparing for the role of the Flash for several months, trying to control his thin body shape while making himself muscular. This process is not comfortable at all, but it is all worth it. As long as he passes this last hurdle today, he will be famous soon. "Did you see other actors who auditioned?" James Franco asked his agent casually. He wanted to relieve his inattention by chatting. "Maybe I didn't notice it. At least I didn't see any famous actors." The agent shook his head and whispered, "The crew is still keeping the role information confidential. Even if you see those people, you can't tell them apart. But there shouldn't be any competitors for you." "But, what?" Shaking his head vigorously, the agent frowned and recalled carefully. Before speaking, he listened to the noise outside the door, then lowered his voice again and said, "However, I saw Angelina Jolie. Between this woman and Wayne Greenberg, she is very likely to be involved in this film, otherwise she would not suddenly appear here. Women like Angelina Jolie and Cameron Diaz who have relationships with Wayne have long been the subject of countless stories made up by gossip tabloids. Basically, everyone in the circle has heard of them more or less. No one will look down on such women. Even a fool knows that it is never easy to get into Wayne Greenberg's bed." Before James Franco could continue thinking, the agent seemed to suddenly remember something, raised his hand and slapped his thigh, then approached his client and said, "According to the information I have heard, I analyzed that this Flash is very likely to be filmed in this studio. Some people saw the Industrial Light and Magic team and Wayne's prop team frequently going in and out of another studio, and they are probably setting up the scene. This is a good thing. As an actor, and an actor who has participated in some DC superhero movies, he knows that this possibility is very high, because he participated in the Easter egg of Batman: The Dark Knight in front of the green screen in the studio, and this time is no exception." In another dressing room, waiting for the audition is a strange combination. Beside Harvey Weinstein's huge body are two figures who are much thinner than him. Since arriving at the studio, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon's hearts began to sink. It was obvious that the role that the crew invited Ben Affleck to audition for was not the main character, the Flash Barry Allen. They had already heard that the Flash's costume had been sent to another dressing room long ago. "Ben, it's probably a supporting role." Looking at his friend's face, Matt Damon shrugged and comforted him. "Since the crew specially invited you, it means that, even if it's a supporting role, there should be no shortage of opportunities to perform. Put your heart in your stomach." With a hoarse voice, it came out from Harvey Weinstein's mouth. His sudden opening also attracted all the attention of the two people around him. "Wayne Greenberg never does meaningless things. From what I know about him, since he personally asked you to audition, it must not be an insignificant role." The subtext is very realistic and clear. With Wayne's current status, if it is an insignificant role, he doesn't need to ask for it personally. After all, there are a lot of actors like Ben Affleck in Los Angeles. It seems that the two auditions we came to audition before were not completely in vain. Patting his friend's shoulder, Matt Damon smiled and raised his eyebrows. It is obvious that the reason for this audition invitation is that the audition between the two of them left a deep impression on Wayne. This is the only reason that can explain it. What I'm worried about is that no staff has come to tell me what audition preparations to make. Frowning, Ben Affleck raised his head and looked at the two people around him, his eyes revealing a strong sense of gain and loss. Just as the three of them were thinking about this question at the same time, there was a knock on the door. Matt Damon stood up and opened the door, and a crew member walked in. It happened that they all knew this person, or should I say they had seen or heard of this person. "Ben Affleck?" A voice with a strong nasal tone sounded, and the woman tilted her head slightly and looked at Ben Affleck. "Where is your agent?" "Accompanied by your agent. Sign this confidentiality agreement first, and then follow me. Someone wants to talk to you first." "Hello, Ms. Coppola." As the daughter of Francis Ford Coppola, and with all the previous Golden Raspberry Awards, her image is obviously known to everyone in the circle. Ben Affleck greeted politely, spread his hands, and hurriedly explained, "Sorry, I just fired my agent, so." "Is that so?" Ignoring Matt Damon and Harvey Weinstein beside her, Sofia Coppola thought for a moment, and closed the confidentiality agreement in her hand again. He raised his wrist to check the time, and said in a unique tone, "Call your lawyer. You have an afternoon to do this." After saying that, he turned around and left, not caring about the people in the dressing room, who were looking at each other in bewilderment. Ben Affleck and Matt Damon looked at each other, and saw surprise in each other's eyes. It was obvious from the audition that this was a role that needed to be kept strictly confidential, which at least meant that this role was very important, far more important than they imagined. Otherwise, the crew would not have been so strict. You know, this was still a case where nothing was confirmed, and they had to sign a confidentiality clause. It was just a talk, and its importance can be imagined. F***K. The opportunity is here, Ben. You must seize it. Matt Damon slapped his friend on the shoulder and woke him up at the same time. The dressing room was immersed in joy, and the work in the audition room had already started for a while. The first person to enter this meeting room was James Franco. At this time, he was constantly posing various actions according to the requirements of the casting director Schwartz. Wayne and Charles Roven, who were sitting a little further back, looked at the characters on the monitor and discussed in a low voice from time to time. "Are you sure you have discussed everything with his agent?" Turning to look at the producer beside him, Wayne whispered, "This character will have a big role in the DC movies later, so we have to make sure everything is safe. It's all settled." Charles Roven nodded slightly. For the 7-film contract, there are strict restrictions on the salary increase, which will never exceed 20%. For the first 4 DC movies as the main characters, you will not participate in any post-production share. Starting from the 5th movie, you can sign a salary share for the film's post-production profit share depending on the situation. This long-term contract is more stringent than the one signed by Christian Bale and others. Of course, the situations faced by the two are completely different. James Franco is now just a small actor who is not popular, and he is not qualified to make any conditions with the crew. Moreover, this contract has strict regulations on body shape maintenance, drug prohibition, etc. Basically, Warner Brothers has completely taken the initiative. Sign him as soon as possible. The audition was coming to an end. Wayne once again confirmed the image of the character on the monitor, nodded and said, "This guy's image and face are very photogenic, and his acting skills are completely sufficient. There is no need to waste time on this role." "Okay." Charles Roden raised his hand to signal Schwartz and ended the audition. Before James Franco left, he couldn't help but glanced at them. Unfortunately, he didn't see any hints about the results of this audition. The audition was carried out step by step, one by one. The actor selected after 2 rounds of auditions by Schwartz also walked into the conference room under the guidance of the staff. Wayne actually didn't have too strict requirements for these main supporting roles. Basically, as long as they fit the character image and their acting skills were relatively qualified, he wrote down the alternative names in the notebook. Before each film starts shooting, there is always such an audition. No matter what, this work process is full of boredom, but it must be taken very seriously. Patrick Dempsey. Muttering softly, Wayne made a check mark on the actor's resume, which was rare. When he looked up again, he found that all the candidates who were scheduled to audition this afternoon had finished their auditions. He opened his hands and stretched hard. He tore off the names written on the notebook and the resume in front of him, and put them in front of Charles Roven. "Go talk to their agents. Whoever can accept the conditions of the crew will be used. I will get the actor contract as soon as possible." Charles Roven nodded, covered his mouth and yawned. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he asked, "Angelina Jolie is trying on costumes. Do you want to go?" "Forget it. This is her last fitting. There's no need to watch it again." Shaking his head, Wayne waved his hand, signaling the staff to pack up the equipment. Today's audition was over. He stood up, adjusted the buttons of his suit, and asked, "Shall we go talk to Ben Affleck together?" Charles Roven shrugged and muttered, well, it would be best if everything could be finalized today. Chapter 584. What will he use to impress me? He has signed the confidentiality clause accompanied by a lawyer and is waiting in the director's office. Under the subtle influence of her professional skirt, Sofia Coppola's steps were a little hurried. After leaving the audition meeting room with the file box in her arms, she began to report the situation in a low voice. Obviously, there was no need to avoid Charles Roven for these tasks. Nothing about the crew was kept secret from the second producer. There is another situation. When she said this, Sofia Coppola hesitated for a moment and paused her voice, as if she was thinking about how to organize her words, and inadvertently glanced at Charles Roven. What's the situation? Curiously tilting his head and glancing at the hesitant woman, Wayne slowed down his pace. Let me be frank. As long as it's work related, don't worry about Charles. You know, all his personal affairs are handled by Nina, including asset management and financial audits of his Greenberg studio. Even life issues such as what to wear when going out are prepared by the assistant. Sofia Coppola's main job is assistant director, and she only assists him in the work of the group drama, so basically, there is no sensitive personal issue involved. Harvey Weinstein, the fat man, is still waiting in the dressing room. He has been waiting for more than 3 hours now. The woman lowered her head and whispered, should we meet him first? In any case, Harvey Weinstein is not a small role. No matter where he is, he should not be ignored. Sofia Coppola just wanted to remind him to avoid misunderstandings that can be avoided. Who in this circle doesn't know the fat man's domineering personality? If he is willing to wait, just wait. She waved her hand without looking back. There was no special expression on Wayne's face, and his footsteps did not stop. He walked towards his office in a muffled voice. Charles Roven, who was a little behind, looked at Sofia Coppola, shrugged and followed. No one was stupid. Warner Brothers had given Miramax and Harvey Weinstein a hard time. Everyone in the industry knew why. Obviously, the problem was with the young man in front. As soon as the three of them opened the office door, Ben Affleck, who had been waiting inside for a while, stood up subconsciously. Nina pushed her glasses habitually and nodded to the producer and the new assistant director. Sit down, let's talk. Without waiting for the other party to say hello, Wayne unbuttoned his suit jacket, tilted his head to Charles Roven, took out a cigarette, and the two sat down opposite Ben Affleck. I was very impressed with you, especially your performance in the Batman audition. With the sound of a lighter clicking, Wayne lit a cigarette, skipped all the greetings, looked at the actor in front of him and said, the reason why I invited you to audition this time is because of the impression left on me by the audition a few years ago. Even when he was sitting, the first impression of the actor opposite him was that he was tall and strong. This kind of figure has almost reached the peak of what is acceptable in the circle. If he is taller, it will basically be difficult to find an actor who can act with him. He is not the thin type of tall, which made Wayne attracted a few years ago, especially since this guy's young now. Among all the male actors in the circle, he is definitely handsome. Unlike Tom Cruise's sunny and handsome appearance, this guy's more handsome. Maybe this is also the reason why he deliberately dresses rough when facing the public and the media when he is older, even if he is muscular. Here, even the so-called idols are most afraid of being labeled a sissy. Thank you, Director Greenberg. Rubbing his hands a little stiffly, Ben Affleck said politely, it's my honor to be able to participate in your project. Okay, I'll say it directly. Wayne flicked the ash on the ashtray on the table, not caring about the other party's compliment at all. He raised his left hand holding the cigarette and waved it. At the same time, he glanced at Charles Roven, who was silent beside him, and said, let me be frank. I don't know if you are interested in Superman Clark Kent. I'm very satisfied with your image. Strong, tall, and appropriately immature, all very consistent with my setting for Superman. The moment he heard the name Clark Kent, Ben Affleck almost jumped up in surprise. Now he completely understood why the crew asked him to sign a confidentiality agreement. The head of the three Justice Giants and the first superhero to appear in the entire history of North American comics. This superhero has an extremely special status in the hearts of all ordinary people. He is special because the North American society was extremely turbulent at that time. The crime rate was high, accompanied by the torture of the economic crisis, and there was also a potential threat of war. Ordinary people need hope and a powerful force that represents the spirit of the great America. In this context, an image of man wearing a cape, a blue tights, and underwear outside was born. From the day it was born, this image has become the most important spiritual symbol in the hearts of generations of young people in North American society, and has also become a cultural symbol that can fully represent superheroes. Yes, I mean it's an honor, of course. Ben Affleck certainly understood what this role meant with the current glory of DC superhero movies. His excitement made his answer seem stumbling. But after calming down a little, he immediately realized that this movie is called The Flash and has basically nothing to do with Superman Clark Kent. Director Greenberg, Mr. Rowan, in the project of The Flash, you only need to show up a few times. Wayne nodded, believing that the other party had guessed his intention. Just like the Flash Barry Allen who appeared in the last Easter egg of Batman, The Dark Knight, if you join the DC series, you will also appear in the Easter eggs of this movie as an advance preview of the series after this movie. No matter how many times the script of The Flash has been fine-tuned, the Easter eggs and hints of Superman and other characters in it were all set by him long ago. He needs to take into account the story promotion of the entire series, so in every movie, it is inevitable to introduce other heroes, and even in this movie, it is not just Superman Clark Kent himself. Of course, I think you have heard some rumors. Licking his lips, Charles Roden knew it was his turn to take the stage. He looked at Ben Affleck, who was full of joy, and said, if you want to join the DC superhero series, you must sign multiple film contracts with Warner Brothers, and you must also follow Warner Brothers regulations to leave enough time for this series. You should know the specific reasons. Of course, I know. Nodding excitedly, Ben Affleck said excitedly, I can sign a contract with Warner Brothers at any time. I believe no actor will refuse to join director Greenberg's project. Even in the first two films, he basically couldn't get a decent salary and treatment. Even if he had to sign an almost harsh and unequal treaty, he believed that no actor could refuse this temptation. This is a perfect shortcut to quickly become popular. As for the so-called screen image that will be solidified after playing a superhero, and it will affect the performance of other projects in this series, these are not what actors of their status should consider. Don't rush to agree. Seeing that everything went smoothly, Wayne smiled, shook his head gently, and said, the crew will give specific contract terms in the next 2 days. What you need to do is to go back and find a reliable agent and consider whether you can accept the terms of the contract. No problem. At this time, Ben Affleck didn't want to consider anything else. He thought this was the best opportunity he had encountered since entering Hollywood, and he didn't want to let it go at all. I will find a reliable agent as soon as possible and then sign a contract with the crew immediately. Well, I wish us a happy cooperation in the next few years. After finishing the business, Wayne didn't waste time. He took the initiative to stand up, stretched out his right hand, and shook hands solemnly with the tall and strong actor. I believe this is certain. Ben Affleck nodded continuously, shook the hand that was stretched out, and then politely shook hands with Charles Roven, with undisguised excitement on his face. Sophia, help me send him off. Turning his head and instructing the assistant director beside him, Wayne was ready to end this simple meeting. Clark Kent is extremely important, and there are many things they need to communicate, but that is after signing the contract. It is too early to say anything now. Ben Affleck stopped walking, after walking to the door, turned around and looked at Wayne and Charles Roven awkwardly, hesitated for a moment, and asked, although it is a bit early to talk about this now, can I ask about my schedule? Charles will talk to you about this after the contract is signed. When the office returned to silence, Charles Roven smiled and shook his head, teasing, this kid is obviously overwhelmed by joy. His image is very good. I just hope there will be no waves in the contract. Then use the backup candidate. Without even raising his head, Wayne put out the cigarette, butt in the ashtray and responded bluntly. Ben Affleck does have a likable image, but this is Hollywood. No one is indispensable. He has seen through everything in the past 2 years. If he removes the preconceived halo in his mind, these future big stars are definitely not irreplaceable. Nina, help me notify that fat guy and tell him I'm waiting for him in the office. When he mentioned this, the corners of his mouth slowly rose, and he raised his eyebrows while giving the assistant instructions. Everyone could see the sarcasm in his words. I mean, if that fat guy hasn't left yet, I really want to see what he's going to do to impress me. Chapter 585. Michael Eisner won't bankrupt me, but Wayne will. Harvey, maybe you don't have to do this at all. Matt Damon was talking to Harvey Weinstein in a low voice in the studio dressing room. They arrived here at noon. According to the time, they had been waiting for half a day. To put it bluntly, such a scene was a humiliation to Miramax president, Kailua. Walt Disney has already blocked the targeting from Warner Brothers for several months, and Warner Brothers has not continued to cause trouble. I don't think Wayne Greenberg will continue to pursue him. After all, the media's reports on him have never been a petty person. Heh. Although no one has humiliated him in this way for some years, Harvey Weinstein is quite calm. In the face of Matt Damon's persuasion, the first response was a sneer. Believe me, I know Wayne Greenberg better than 90% of the people in the circle. He raised his wrist to check the time, and his huge body moved back and forth slightly to relieve the discomfort caused by sitting for a long time. Do you think this is the end? No, as long as Wayne Greenberg doesn't give his approval, he will definitely give me another shot at some time. By then, it won't be the harassment like Warner Brothers. This young man is black in his bones. Harvey Weinstein never hesitated to use his own standards to measure the young Jewish director. Even in his heart, the guy's darkness and bottom line were even more shameless than himself, a well-known shameless person. If Wayne Greenberg was really a sunny gentleman, a kind-hearted social activist and philanthropist as reported in the media, it would be impossible for him to climb to his current position in this dirty circle at such an astonishing speed. It's been a long time. He obviously doesn't want to see you. Matt Damon also saw him checking the time, shrugged, and said helplessly, "Didn't you just get a call from Disney? Maybe you should go and deal with the work first. I heard that Michael Eisner has been eyeing Miramax. Will this cause?" He shook his head firmly, and the flesh on Harvey Weinstein's fat face kept shaking. Even in the face of Matt Damon's persuasion, he had no intention of leaving first. "Listen to me, Matt." At this time, his fat face was full of seriousness. He turned his head and looked at Matt Damon, who was sitting next to him waiting for his friend, his eyes revealing an extremely serious emotion. "Michael Eisner has always had bad intentions and wants to swallow Miramax in one go, but he won't try to bankrupt me and Bob just because he wants the complete Miramax. Do you understand?" At this point, he made a grinding sound without any scruples, which showed that he was not completely calm. After a pause, before Matt Damon spoke, he stretched out a thick finger and stood it in front of the two of them. "But Wayne Greenberg will, I swear, he will." After he let out a long breath, the two of them returned to silence again. There was no other sound in the entire dressing room. These words actually had a great impact on Matt Damon. He obviously didn't think that Harvey Weinstein was worried about this. You know, even if two people in the circle don't get along well, at most they will try to throw dirty water and cause trouble. They are all elites with status, right? Generally speaking, being able to make the opponent withdraw from the circle and disappear for a few years is already a very surprising achievement. This is a business society with perfect rules. Once excessive means are used, it means that the bottom line will disappear, and the other party's revenge will follow. But obviously, the way to destroy a well-known film company owner, a successful producer, and a capitalist is to make him bankrupt, which is definitely more painful than killing him. Time passed slowly, until it was almost time to get off work. The door of the dressing room was pushed open. Ben Affleck walked in with an excited face, followed by Nina, who looked ordinary. "Mr. Weinstein, Mr. Greenberg is waiting for you to talk." "Okay, let's go." In a sentence, there were only two people left in the dressing room again. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck looked at each other for a while, and no one spoke first, but with a tacit understanding of the two, they both understood each other's eyes. "That is everything. Go back and talk. Congratulations, you have become the #1 box office in film history." In the director's office, Harvey Weinstein greeted like an old friend and sat opposite Wayne's desk. You did such a great job this time. The Dark Knight and your name are firmly engraved in the history of film. You should know that a successful movie is not the credit of me alone." Wayne nodded in response, and then ignored Nina, who was closing the door, and said directly, "Harvey, come on. You took so much trouble to meet me. What do you want to talk about?" "I'm very busy with work." That's right. For the sake of Cate Blanchett's honesty, he was willing to give this fat man a chance to communicate. But this does not mean that he has forgotten the bad things that the other party did at the beginning of the awards season. It seems that everything is going very smoothly and the crisis seems to have been dealt with, but what if the other party succeeds? That means that the infernal Walker that he deliberately postponed DC for a year and made a lot of preparations will return empty-handed at the Oscars, and a whole year will be wasted. It also means that if those tricks succeed, Batman, The Dark Knight will also face a big crisis, reshooting and re-editing. Who knows if it can still achieve the current results? So, Wayne never thinks these are trivial matters and never becomes indifferent just because the other parties means fail. This fat man guessed one thing correctly. He is not an open-minded person at all. If nothing unexpected happens, the works of his studio that are guaranteed to be successful will be released in the same period as Miramax's films after next year. Just like what this fat man thought, Wayne's biggest revenge is to make you lose money openly, one after another. The studio's films are not frequent enough, and there is Warner Brothers behind them. Those sequels can completely grind Miramax to death like a blunt knife and grind away all of Harvey Weinstein's wealth. Remember the Blair Witch Project? Since he was coming here, Harvey Weinstein had full confidence, so there was no worry in his expression. Instead, he crossed his legs and said, "I remember that we had a very pleasant cooperation that time. Since we have had a successful cooperation and brought considerable benefits to each other, why don't we continue?" Without any politeness, Wayne laughed a few times, lit a cigarette, and replied in a stiff tone, "Harvey, if I want to cooperate with anyone, even the big six will take the initiative to bring money to the door." Not only the tone, but also the eyes, looking at the fat man opposite at this time, are full of condescension. These two sentences are exactly the truth that cannot be true, and no one can deny it. After a slight hesitation, Harvey Weinstein seemed not to see the ridicule from the opposite side, and the smile on the corner of his mouth did not change, and he shook his head. "You are right. But who would complain about having too much money, right? I have a project in hand that requires very little money, but has a very high success rate." Harvey Weinstein's tone was full of seriousness as he leaned back in his chair with his upper body relaxed. "Wayne, I have to say that you made this year's Oscars ceremony a lot of fun, and at the same time, you turned the rush for awards into another mode of operation, which inspired me a lot. In the past few months, I have carefully studied the tastes of the Academy's judges in the past 2 years, and I have also carefully studied all your strategies for rushing for awards. Believe me, I'm confident that I can replicate your operations for this project and push it to the main stage of the Oscars. However, if you, the inventor of the gold dollar rush for awards offensive, join us, it will obviously be safer, so I sincerely invite you to join us." As Harvey Weinstein continued to narrate, a smile really appeared on Wayne's face. Benefits that come to the door, benefits with negligible risks. This is obviously the source of the other party's confidence. And it just so happened that he really fell for it. Since the other party was willing to take out real money to share, he was not stingy and swallowed it all in one gulp without any psychological burden. Obviously, when sharing these benefits, this fat man could not only become a partner with him again, avoiding revenge that may come at any time, but also get other invisible benefits. As the saying goes, no one in this circle is stupid. 10 minutes later, with a snap, the palms of two different men slapped together very tacitly. Both of them had a tacit smile on their faces and lightly decided on this cooperation plan. Harvey, $8 million US, and Greenberg Studio will only pay this $8 million. The smile on Wayne's face gradually faded, and his tone returned to being business-like. "For this project called Shakespeare in Love, I want half of all the proceeds. As for how you want to operate it at the Oscars, it's your business. I only give ideas, and don't have time to participate." "No problem." Although his heart was bleeding, the smile on Harvey Weinstein's face never changed. Look, I told you that we will find the cornerstone of cooperation. But Wayne, I have to remind you again that the copyright belongs to Miramax, and Greenberg Studio only enjoys the profits. Okay, that's it. You can go back to sign the contract. Wayne's face was still smiling until Harvey Weinstein's huge figure disappeared from the office for a long time. This made Nina, who was quietly packing up and preparing to go home, feel a chill from time to time. Her boss's smile at this time always made her feel indescribably vulgar. Wayne was still muttering until he got on the car to go home. Harvey, I'm very much looking forward to you making Cate Blanchett the most watertight actress in history. Chapter 586. How do you want to thank me? It's a little different from what I imagined. After such a long period of crazy training, you can still maintain D. I have to say that you are really gifted in this aspect. A burst of men's admiration came from the bathroom whose door was not closed tightly. Through the foggy glass wall of the bathroom, a curvaceous figure could still be vaguely seen. Aha, as long as you like it, honey. Angelina Jolie flew back to Los Angeles from the Miami crew for a fitting today. She was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she quietly chose to hide in the bedroom of the main building of the manor after work, giving Wayne a big surprise. The manor housekeepers Hella and Nina were no longer surprised by these things. A young girl with a pleasing face and a hot and sexy body, who was at the most impulsive age and had just gotten what she wanted, would choose to come to the manor to get together with Wayne as long as there was an opportunity. It was simply too normal. Besides, Wayne was not a good bird. For such a pleasant surprise, he almost accepted it and enjoyed it deeply. Outside the window was the manor garden that had already fallen into darkness. A slightly warm breeze blew from the balcony into the bedroom. The entire manor had long since fallen asleep. With a bang, Wayne opened a bottle of red wine while holding a cigarette in his mouth. The bright red liquid flowed into 2 tall glasses. He picked up a glass, leaned back on the recliner, tilted his head back, and took 2 big gulps. Aren't you afraid that I will really fall in love with you? A white hand stretched out, holding another glass of red wine. The woman sat in the man's arms without hesitation, took a sip of red wine, and looked up at the eyes on the man's tough face. My dear, no matter how you look at it, you are deeply fascinating to women. With a slight smile, Wayne raised his hand and pointed to the empty chair beside him. The woman sat down consciously, and with a large cloud of green smoke, he teased, "Then are you really in love with me? How is it possible? I know the rules." Angelina Jolie didn't care about her exposed upper body at all. She let her bathrobe open to both sides. Instead, she deliberately bent forward slightly, showing her most proud talent to the fullest. After taking a deep look at the woman, Wayne's smile deepened. The two of them tacitly stopped talking, each holding a glass of red wine, looking at the lights of Los Angeles below the mountain. Until now, he still remembers how much he had seen in his previous life, and how much the media praised this woman. What the sexiest female star in movie history and the hottest male killer in Hollywood. The face and figure are more attractive than the movie itself and other praises. It is not an exaggeration to put them on this woman. Especially at this point in time, this woman is at the best age, full of wild temperament and seductive eyes, coupled with a proud figure and plump and pleasing lips. Even Wayne can't resist the seductive charm she exudes. Especially those intoxicating lips, which bring him endless pleasure tonight. What a pity. Turning his head and glancing at the woman's proud figure, Wayne muttered and shook his head slightly. Angelina Jolie vaguely heard his sigh, stared at him with watery eyes, and asked, "What?" "Nothing. In a few years, this woman will lose one of her most proud assets due to illness." This is what Wayne feels most sorry for. A famous sexy actress in Hollywood film history. What attracted the media's attention in the end was not her sexy curves or movie roles, but the grievances with her ex-husband and the adoption of children. I don't know if this is sad. Almost at the moment when he thought of these, he immediately made a secret decision that he must take advantage of the years when the woman around him is at the peak of her beauty to shoot all the most profitable projects in a row. Looking at the lights flashing from time to time in the manor, Wayne picked up the wine glass and sipped the red wine and asked casually, "How is the progress of the filming these days? Is everything going well?" Shrugging, Angelina Jolie frowned slightly and did not hide it. She let out a long breath and said directly, "The filming progress is very smooth, but some of the action requirements of director Joseph McGinty are very uncomfortable for us. Damn, wearing high-heeled boots and tights. He not only requires neat and beautiful movements, but also must remain sexy in the camera. F***K. As soon as the voice fell, Wayne immediately laughed. These requirements are actually the main reason why he chose this novice director. This guy may not be good at shooting other things, but he is definitely the best at carefully studying how to shoot women to attract the audience. And these neat, beautiful, and sexy action shots are the first big selling point to attract male fans. Judging from the complaints of women, at least so far, Joseph McGinty has done a good job. As a feature film with women as the main characters, Wayne has never been stingy with unique shooting methods in order to attract attention and make more profits. Not to mention those actions that completely violate the laws of reality. As long as they can attract attention, they will only be classified as film art processing. He still remembers a masterpiece, San Andreas. After watching the whole movie, he remembered almost nothing. The only thing that was deeply imprinted in his mind was the shot of Alexandra Daddario running. The woman with amazing talent was surrounded by mountains and tsunamis, and in front of her was also a mountain and tsunami. The reason why a man like him can remember the film is very simple, that is, those surging shots. Obviously, from here we can find that, if a movie wants to attract male audiences, and make them willing to pay for tickets to watch the movie, sexy female stars are always the most direct and easy to use means. This is also the biggest factor, that there is always a beautiful vase in Hollywood movies. I work very hard on action training. Hearing Wayne's laughter, Angelina turned back and looked at him seriously, explaining, "But limited by the sexy curves in your eyes. Even if I work hard, my talent in this area is average." This is indeed true. Wayne put away his teasing smile and nodded silently. This is a common problem for women with hot bodies. If you have those attractive curves in the eyes of men, it is completely impossible to become a skilled fighting master. This is a scientific law. Compared with long legs, thin waists, big breasts, and perky buttocks, these sexy and hot bodies are maintained by maintaining a harsh diet plan for a long time. A real female fighting master will never have these anti-physical characteristics. They will only have a thick and powerful body. But this is just a movie after all. 3 sexy and hot female fighting masters with protruding fronts and backs must be 100 times more attractive on camera than 3 thick and real fighting masters. Naturally, except for the shots that cannot be replaced, Joseph McGinty will hand over most of the difficult action shots to the crew stunt doubles. For those dangerous actions, even if the 3 women want to do it themselves, the director and producer will not take the risk to agree. Be prepared and maintain your current body shape. After the special test tonight, Wayne was very satisfied with Angelina Jolie's current figure. Healthy long legs, thin waist, and rare proud capital that has not been reduced are very beneficial for the next role. I can tell you now that you will be very busy in the next few years. Maybe filming will make you vomit. No, no, no. Hearing the man's words, Angelina Jolie turned her head, licked her sexy lips with her tongue, and said impatiently, "How is it possible? I'm full of expectations and gratitude for your arrangement for me. How do you want to thank me?" Wayne put out the cigarette butt in the ashtray, tilted his head to look at the woman, and slowly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing an interested smile. "Hey, honey, you can do whatever you want." Angelina Jolie looked down at the big bed in the bedroom behind her. When she stood up, her loose white bathrobe was left on the chair, and she walked inside step by step. "I can do whatever you want. Come on. I think you have to hurry up. I have to fly to Miami at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." Looking at the white and attractive back, Wayne drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp, shrugged, and turned to the bedroom. The next morning, Angelina Jolie dragged her tired body and was full of joy. She was driven to the airport by Sergey himself. Wayne continued to be busy with the preparations for the flash. Although he was unusually cautious and strict in this regard, the members of the core behind the scenes team were all old people, and the preparations were all progressing at an amazing pace. Because of his rare caution and stability this time, the narrative of The Flash finally continued the most safe and most commonly used classic plot in Hollywood, the birth of a hero. Even though Hollywood has used this style in different ways over the past few decades, it is still the most successful formula. It is worth mentioning that this is also the first time Wayne has tried to break away from the dark style. As he said before, although the DC series is generally suitable for the dark style and heroes with deep hatred are the mainstream, not all of them are suitable for this style. The theme of the film is also the most well-known superhero justice defeating evil, which will maximize the audience. The plot is relatively simple, the actors are good looking, and the visual effects must be invested heavily. In his heart, the style of this Flash is more like a normal summer sci-fi popcorn. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 Don't Label Me. Just as Wayne was immersed in the preparation of The Flash and had to fly back and forth between the X-Men crew in Montreal, Canada, and the Charlie's Angels crew in Miami, time was gradually moving forward, and the North American summer season began to gradually come to an end. Almost every summer season is the most important movie season in North America, and it is also a carnival for Hollywood production companies to harvest box office revenue. It starts from the first weekend in May and ends on September 1st, a total of about 122 days. In this not so long timeline, there are about 200 films released every year, which shows how fierce the competition is. This year, from the beginning of the summer season in May to mid-August, the films released by Warner Bros. Have once again become the undisputed #1 Hollywood film company at the box office. The first to bear the brunt is Batman: The Dark Knight. As soon as this film was released in mid-May, it won the box office championship for 4 consecutive weeks in North America, even with the strong competition of Jurassic Park 2. You know, this is a summer season with extremely fierce competition. The 4 consecutive box office championships show the popularity of the film, which is unprecedented before. Batman: The Dark Knight has only a little over 1,000 theaters still showing this film in the North American theater market, and its box office potential has been exhausted early. However, facing the record-breaking North American box office of $548 million, it is still worshipped by the media from time to time. If the achievements made overseas are added, this film has raked in $1.184 billion from the world, firmly occupying the first place in the box office history of film history, surpassing the second-ranked Jurassic Park, and the box office is close to $100 million. The second is The Matrix Reloaded, in which Wayne is an investor, producer and screenwriter. Relying on the good reputation of the previous film, this film has been a dominant force since its release weekend. After more than 2 months of screening, the North American box office has reached $279 million and the global box office has reached $735 million. The continuous success of the Matrix series not only made Zack Snyder completely out of the doubts of the director of the commercial film, but also made the South African beauty Charlize Theron completely popular. With a thin waist, long legs and tight black leather clothes, she has become the dream lover of male fans in North America and even the world. As the protagonist, Brandon Lee also took a firm step towards the status of a Hollywood first-line action star with the hot sales of this film. Before the third film, which is still in the final stages of filming, is released, Wayne's agent Jimmy has already started contract negotiations with his agent for the next film. Obviously, after the Matrix series, it is unlikely to invite him to participate in the project at a low price. This has nothing to do with the relationship between the two parties. In addition to the 2 films that are closely related to Wayne, the films invested, produced, and released by Warner Bros. Include Contact with a box office of $126 million, Conspiracy Theory with a box office of $96 million, LA Confidential with a box office of $72 million, The Devil's Advocate with a box office of $73 million, etc. It is worth mentioning that The Untold Story, directed by Steven Spielberg himself and starring Anthony Hopkins and Morgan Freeman, only achieved a little over $40 million in North America. Obviously, such a film with a less commercial flavor made Steven Spielberg madly ridiculed by the media for being old. After DreamWorks and Warner Brothers discussed, they chose to directly give up the overseas tour of this film, so the total box office of The Untold Story remained at more than $40 million, becoming a relatively rare box office work of Steven Spielberg in recent years. Others would doubt, ridicule, and madly question whether this Jewish old man was old, but Wayne never took it seriously. If we only talk about the success rate of movies, this old Jewish man can really be regarded as a master of success in the circle, and his works rarely fail. Especially this The Breakers. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is a trial work for the cooperation between DreamWorks and Warner Brothers. To be honest, no one in the circle takes it seriously. Wayne knows very well that it won't take too long. As long as it comes to Memorial Day next summer, this old Jewish man will shock the world again with a narrated World War II epic war film. This classic movie, which is not lacking in warmth, cruel scenes of war, and reflections on war, is destined to be worshipped by fans as soon as it is released, and they can't wait to be crowned as the best war film in history. In addition to Wayne's Batman, The Dark Knight, Zack Snyder's The Matrix Reloaded, and Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park 2, there are not many eye-catching works in this summer. Especially compared with the summer seasons of previous years, it seems that the intensity of competition and the number of classic films are showing a clear downward trend. Before the end of the year, there are even American media claiming that the golden age of Hollywood since the early 1980s is about to end. This year, let alone compared with 1993, which was like a battle of gods, there is a clear gap compared with the previous 2 years. Look at the films that have box office over 100 million. MGM United Artists 007, Empire of Tomorrow, 20th Century Fox's Star Wars Holiday Special, etc. Almost all of them are living off their old reputation. The only one that can make people shine is Sony Columbia's Men in Black. This science fiction comedy starring Will Smith continues his usual performance style. It is the only film with a North American box office of over $200 million, except for Batman, The Dark Knight, Jurassic Park 2 and The Matrix Reloaded. This year's North American summer season is about to end, and countless media are convinced that this year's film rankings have been released, and it will be difficult for other films to achieve surprising results in the future. Don't rush to make a conclusion. It's too early to say these things now. In the studio of Warner Studios, when Charles Roven also used the same tone to firmly determine that Batman, The Dark Knight's box office status was unshakable, Wayne shook his head in an uncharacteristic way. Others thought he was being modest, but he was probably the only one who knew what was waiting for the world. It seemed that, just as the media said, this year's summer season only had the top movies at the box office, and there was no grand occasion like the previous years of fierce competition and good movies appearing every week. But in fact, it was far from what the media said. It was just because the beginning of this year's summer season, Batman, The Dark Knight and Jurassic Park 2, which were destined to be a big hit, appeared, so many films had to choose to withdraw and change the release schedule. And what about these big budget and big production films? Almost all of them were self-righteously put in December. This has resulted in surprisingly fierce competition until December this year. Even if we put aside the story of a truck driver crashing into the world, there are still films such as Good Will Hunting, and As Good as It Gets that are impacting the cinema market. Guillermo and I have seen the Vancouver location, and it fully meets the requirements for filming. Producer Charles Roven saw that Wayne didn't want to talk about box office, so he simply skipped the small talk and talked directly about the location scouting with the assistant director. According to your requirements, all the locations in Canada will be used for filming, and the main filming locations will be in Warner Studios in Los Angeles, and it will be the first large-scale use of green screens. Guillermo and I have seen all of this, and there is no problem with the filming locations in Canada. We have also contacted the local municipal departments. The few people talked as they walked, and when they came to a corner of the studio, they stopped. In front of them, the protagonist of the film, James Franco, stood in front of a green cloth, with various capture sensors attached to his body. He was following the instructions of the staff, and doing the special training required for the filming of the film. The equipment on him is the so-called motion capture sensor. The first time this technology officially appeared on the big screen, and was well known to movie fans and ordinary people, was Gollum in The Lord of the Rings. However, in fact, motion capture has already appeared in Hollywood on a large scale as early as the early 1990s. Gollum in The Lord of the Rings, or the characters in Avatar, are far from the first movies to use this technology. The first Hollywood movie to use this technology was actually Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, released in 1939. In the following years, Disney also continued to use this technology on a small scale in its own animated feature films. At the beginning of the preparation of The Flash, Wayne sent someone to Contact Motion Analysis, a company founded in 1982 and a pioneer in the field of motion capture. After receiving a reply, he decided to shoot the main shots of the film in Los Angeles. In fact, the idea in this regard comes from the first film Iron Man. Due to the sudden popularity of Iron Man, its filming process has long been exposed by netizens, especially Robert Downey Jr. wearing a sensor and making various actions in front of the green screen, which finally appear on the big screen as various flying and fighting special effects. You are creating a new production model in Hollywood, Wayne. Charles Roven looked at James Franco in training, turned his head, and whispered with emotion, "Before you, no one would regard black films as mainstream, and no one dared to use an anti-hero as the protagonist like Batman, The Dark Knight. Now, you are a pioneer in the field of technology again, but this time it is a bit different from your production style. As we all know, no matter how the media reports Wayne's films, no matter how brilliant his films have achieved in the commercial market, in the hearts of senior people in the circle, Wayne strictly belongs to the traditional academic school, and even harshly speaking, he can be regarded as a member of the old school directors, which is fundamentally different from the pioneering technology flow of the time, such as James Cameron and George Lucas. This is the deepest impression he left on the film industry. After all, his movies, no matter how popular they are, have never been popcorn for an audiovisual feast. They have always been moving people with storytelling. This time, The Flash uses motion capture and other technologies to shoot the main special effects shots, which is obviously different from his previous shooting methods. "Don't label me, Charles." Wayne smiled and took the lead to leave the training area. "I have never been a director of a specific type, and I'm not obsessed with traditional film. Since the Happy Death Day that year, the only thing that can affect my production style is the box office." This is the most confusing thing for all the acquaintances around him. The outside world's analysis and evaluation of Wayne's works are not wrong, but his starting point has always been market performance. Until now, many acquaintances around him still cannot understand. Chapter 588, The Survival Strategy of the Little People in the Crew. The preparations for the filming of The Flash in the Warner Studios studio were all going according to plan. Whether it was the special effects production of Industrial Light and Magic, the training of the protagonist James Franco, or the prop production of the props team. Although Wayne had to carefully review these works countless times every day, he did not find any major problems. After several years of training, some people came and some left, but the core behind the scenes team leaders around him still maintained a rare stability in the circle, which also allowed this group of people to grow into the top team in Hollywood without realizing it. Some people in the behind the scenes team, such as Steve Wilson, the lighting supervisor in an important position, and Maya Craig, who has been leading the set group silently, have been working together on one film after another since the end of the 1990s. Or the camera supervisor Robert, props leader Wix Hart, casting assistant director Bob Schwartz, Black senior sister Julia, who is devoted to editing, and even assistant director Gilmore, who joined later. In fact, after each new project started preparation, they signed a contract with Warner Brothers and received the best salary in the industry. Not only the top salary for behind the scenes workers in the industry, but some of them also won enviable honors and recognition at the Oscars with Wayne. Top salary plus honor all mean good career development, which is also the main reason why Wayne's core team behind the scenes are all good players, but no one left. Even the handymen who have been in the crew since the second film Get Out still have some of them following until now. These little people at the bottom of the crew are not very impressive, but to a certain extent, they can show that the core team behind the scenes is stable and brings a lot of work convenience to the director. What happened? After carefully inspecting the preparations, Wayne returned to his office. Just as he sat down and opened his work notebook to continue drawing the storyboards for the flash, he discovered something strange. The assistant, who was always serious, was now filled with a trace of anger on her not so pretty face. You know, as his personal assistant, financial controller, and work housekeeper, Nina has an extremely special status both in the crew and at home. There is no need to deliberately inquire. Some information has been reported countless times by gossip tabloids. As Wayne's closest life and work partner, her salary has also been hyped by the entertainment media. The media put Nina Clean and Pat Kingsley together to talk about her, which is enough to show her importance. All kinds of information show that this woman has a very special status. Almost everyone in the crew, from top to bottom, has maintained considerable respect for her, because everyone knows that in most places except work, this woman can fully represent Wayne. In addition, this woman's appearance is easily overlooked, and her silent and ordinary personality means that almost no one can anger her. This is what Wayne finds strange. Even a fool should know that you should not provoke this woman who only reads fashion magazines in the corner. It's Lillian. Seeing the man stop his work, the assistant curled her lips, and there was obviously a trace of emotion on her face. Which Lillian? Hearing the name said by the assistant, Wayne asked again casually, but this time before the other party explained. He slapped his forehead, put away the work record book, and his expression was no longer casual. The Lillian who delivers coffee to everyone. Yep. Nina nodded. Strictly speaking, this black woman in her 40s, named Lillian, actually belongs to his behind-the-scenes team, but her job is more special. She is the lowest level assistant who always appears next to the actors and team members every time the crew starts a new project. Just like her inconspicuous job, she has never attracted the attention of these big shots over the years. The reason why Wayne remembers Lillian is not because of her skin color, but because of her work attitude. As a black woman from a slum, she is almost illiterate, and her appearance does not conform to the mainstream aesthetic. She is completely a black aunt, and she is only responsible for simple work such as delivering coffee. This woman was recruited by his senior brother Luke Simmons, who was the coordinator of the crew, in order to save money when he was in a small workshop-like crew. But she has been with him until now. Everyone has already adapted to it. Whenever there is a new project, this grassroots employee will appear around to serve tea and water and do miscellaneous things. The reason why Wayne appreciates her work attitude is that on the first day of joining the crew that year, Luke Simmons told her that she only needed to be responsible for the director and actors. However, after this woman worked on a movie, she found that the hardest working people in the crew were not the glamorous actors and the most powerful directors and producers, because they all had their own exclusive life assistants. Instead, the hardest working people were often those who worked silently and hard behind the scenes. Therefore, this woman prepared some extra coffee, towels and other things every day. Not only did she provide these inconspicuous but indispensable life care for the actors and directors at the right time, but she also provided these things when the behind-the-scenes staff were working hard, and she has been doing this for so many years. This is why the woman was recruited by the crew as soon as the project entered the preparation stage. She was illiterate and could not learn much, but everyone admired this low-level assistant and was willing to take care of this little person struggling in the circle. Patrick Dempsey, who plays everyone in the Star Laboratory. Wayne listened to the assistant's complaints with a little emotion. Patrick Dempsey was the actor he personally auditioned and was also involved in the preparation. Basically, as soon as Nina opened her mouth, he knew what was going on. The status and class in the Hollywood crew are very distinct. It's nothing more than something bad happened and was seen by the assistant. He actually asked Lillian to buy coffee 6 or 7 times because the coffee on the set was not to his taste. F***K, and in the end he even cursed at her and accused her of negligence in her job. If Guillermo hadn't stopped me, I would have thrown the coffee on his disgusting handsome face. Shit. Similar scenes are very common in Hollywood crews. As we all know, these actors are all sensitive personalities. In order to reflect their status in the crew and other reasons, it is not uncommon to toss an assistant. It is common to act like a big shot and get angry because of chairs, water cups, and even makeup positions. Notify Guillermo now. With a click, Wayne lit a cigarette, waved to the angry assistant lady, and pointed to the phone on the table. Just say what I said. Let Patrick Dempsey and Lillian apologize formally, okay? Nina didn't hesitate at all, picked up the phone on the table and dialed the mobile phone of Assistant Director Guillermo. Looking at the assistant who was relaying his words, Wayne smiled and shook his head, opened his work notebook again, picked up his pencil, and continued his storyboard manuscript. This matter is actually very simple. If the assistant hadn't said it herself, even if he saw the whole thing happen with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't intervene. This is how Hollywood crews are. Everything is aligned with interests, and Patrick Dempsey, one of the main characters, obviously brings more value than a low-level life assistant in the crew. Besides, as long as he wants, there are countless jobs waiting for him to be busy, and it is impossible for him to care about these trivial things, so he didn't pay attention to the follow-up of this matter. Boss, coffee. Half a day passed in a flash. When Wayne raised his head again and put down the pencil in his hand, the sun outside the window had moved away from the center of the sky. He picked up the coffee put down by the assistant and took a sip. He raised his wrist to check the time and found that it was not long before the end of get off work. Lillian sent it. She asked me to say thank you for her. Seeing her boss finish his coffee, Nina shrugged her shoulders, raised her eyebrows playfully, and looked at him and said, waving his hand. Wayne smiled helplessly, knowing that the future star seemed to have lowered his head. Anything else? Pack up and go home. After get off work. Yes. The assistant's face instantly put on a smile, and it was obvious that the work to be reported next was good. In the afternoon, when you were concentrating on drawing those storyboards, Colin Howard called and said that Warner Brothers had deposited the subsequent income of The Departed in the first part of The Matrix, as well as part of the box office share of Batman, The Dark Knight and the last part of the basic remuneration into the account of Greenberg Studio. Making money, of course, is the most pleasing thing. Not only the assistant had a smile on her face, but Wayne also had a smile on his face when he heard the news. The subsequent income of the film The Departed is very good because of the Oscar effect. The rental and sale of videotapes of the first Matrix and the sales of peripheral items have always been very good, especially in the videotape industry. The hit of the second Matrix has also driven the income in this area. Nina knew her boss's work style well. She did not recite those annoying financial statements by rote, but directly talked about the income figures of the two films. The reason why the assistant talked about these two films separately is that they are fundamentally different from the DC series directed by Wayne, which involves the later share of all copyrights, including the rental and sale income of the big head videotapes, the sale income of TV broadcast rights, the sale income of peripheral items, the global product licensing income of the film, etc. Chapter 589, Sky High Profit Sharing. Oh my god, a huge and exciting income, isn't it? As the assistant lady narrated, Wayne couldn't help but sigh. Compared to being a director, earning the top 20 plus 20 salary in the industry, the income is really not as good as investing in a hit movie as the boss of a movie company. In addition, Warner Brothers has perfect follow-up operation channels, which can directly squeeze out all the subsequent benefits of the hit movie. For example, The Departed. This movie was affected by the Oscar effect, and the subsequent videotapes have been selling very well. The film's R-rated film attributes also have an advantage in the videotape rental and trading market, so even after so much time, this film has never fallen out of the top 10 North American videotape sales rankings. There is also The Matrix Part I. Because of the popularity of The Matrix Part 2, it also boosted the videotape market of this movie. The two films, mainly owned by Wayne's studio, will account for 50% of the total copyright income, not counting the revenues that had already been shared from the two films. This time Warner Brothers has deposited more than $125 million into Greenberg Studios. You know, this is not a one-time deal. Perhaps these subsequent revenues will slowly drop over time, but even after another 10 or 20 years, this part of the revenue can still generate a large amount of income for him every year. The Actors Guild, the Writers Guild, and even the Directors Guild will announce the average salary of their members every year. Nina was also amazed by the figures she said herself, especially because she knew better than anyone that many projects similar to these two films, jointly invested and produced by Greenberg Studios and Warner Brothers, would be launched in the next 2 or 3 years. No wonder the Producers Guild never personally announces the income of producers. The subsequent benefits in this regard are too terrifying. You are wrong, Nina. Wayne stretched out a finger and shook it at the assistant. The income is terrifying only for those members who are both producers and film company owners. For those producers who do not participate in film investment, their income is not as much as that of big stars. Almost everyone who knows a little about the operating rules of Hollywood knows that this circle is producer-centered. That is, in a crew, only the producer who represents the capital is the power center, not the director or the star. This is also the main reason why those first-line stars and top directors in the circle want to take on the title of producer part-time, because this title can effectively guarantee their rights and treatment in the crew. But compared with their absolute power in the crew as a representative of the capital, the income of the producer is much lower than that of big stars and film directors. At least the income on the surface is much lower, and it is even lower than the salary of some core team leaders behind the scenes. Only those well-known producers who are constantly successful and can take the initiative to initiate projects can sign a contract with the production company with a share of the box office in the later stage. But this part of the box office share is not much. Normally it is only a few points, and their basic salary itself is as low as only $1 million. This income will not increase much even after 20 years. But if it is like Wayne, who acts as a project producer as a film investor, then the income is at another level. After all, producers like this are basically the bosses of film companies. The subsequent income of a hit film can last for many years, but the recipient of this income is not an individual, but a film company under his control. Colin Howard led the accounting team of PricewaterhouseCoopers to keep a close eye on the subsequent income of these two films. Nina obviously did not want to discuss the income of producers with her boss, and brought the topic back to business. I believe that this part of the income is very low. Even if there are some small tricks, they will only appear in the overseas peripheral authorization. Nodding silently, Wayne was very satisfied to be able to achieve this step. It is very easy for film companies, especially movie giants like Warner Brothers, who are used to transferring money from one hand to the other, to conceal some movie-related income. In fact, as long as they don't go too far, he will not make any comments. Just as Nina said, even if there are some small tricks, they will only appear in the overseas movie peripheral authorization figures. There are definitely some situations in this regard, but as long as there is a team of accountants led by Colin Howard watching, there won't be too much water mixed in. Although he is a shareholder at Warner Brothers, there will be no difference in treatment in this regard. After all, it is Greenberg Studio that signed the contract with Warner Brothers. Compared with the subsequent income of the two films with extremely messy statistics, Wayne's income from Batman: The Dark Knight is much more transparent and clear. The last part of the basic salary is $6.9 million. Warner Brothers chose to settle it all in advance this time. Nina looked at her work record book and continued to report the income that was settled this time. According to the director and producer's contract regulations and the rules that everyone in the industry abides by, the last part of the basic salary should be settled after the film is off the shelves, but this time it is estimated that Warner Brothers has sufficient liquidity and paid this part of the money in advance. According to the contract signed by Wayne and Warner Brothers, his main salary is based on the position of director, and the basic salary is the so-called $20 million. This part of money, before the filming of the movie started, and after the post-production of the movie was completed, Warner Brothers had already deposited $13.1 million into his account twice according to the rules, so this is also the last sum. The theater company has divided the North American box office of Batman: The Dark Knight into two parts, $200 million each time, so the personal box office share that Warner Brothers pays you this time is also based on this part of the North American box office. The assistant's voice continued. After all, this movie is now the #1 box office in film history. From this perspective, the income that Wayne can get is also terrifying. With this part of the income, the total share of Batman: The Dark Knight this time is $86.9 million. As for the overseas box office share, I'm afraid we have to wait. The team led by Colin Howard is now mainly urging this division of income. It was already the end of 1997. Although the internet in North America had been initially popularized, and with the rise of internet companies, the number of personal computers in this land was growing rapidly, but in the world, the internet was still far from being able to be used in movie ticketing. Faced with different cinema market environments in different places, even a film company like Warner Bros. With global distribution capabilities needs a lot of time to extract this part of the box office revenue one by one. In addition, there are differences in the share of cinema markets in various countries and regions signed with Hollywood film companies. It is for these reasons that the timeline for overseas box office recovery has been extended. So, this time, the financial department of Warner Bros. Deposited a total of $211.9 million into the account of Greenberg Studio, right? I just don't know if there will be any discordant voices among the shareholders of Warner Bros. Because of the one-time payment of the sky-high share. Crossing his legs, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and leaning his upper body on his office chair, Wayne's voice was joyful and teasing. Similar things have happened more than once. Almost every time Warner Bros. Pays his box office share, there will be sporadic discordant voices inside. Even if there is some, so what? Jeff will suppress it himself anyway. Nina habitually reached out and pushed the glasses on her face, curled her lips, and didn't take it seriously. No. Wayne stretched out a finger and shook it at the assistant, sighing. This is a lot of money. There will always be people who are jealous. Nina, let me tell you what these capitalists think. In their eyes, it is not important that they have more money. What is more important is that you have no money. What? Maybe it was because of the different perspectives and positions. For a moment, the assistant did not understand the meaning of her boss's words. Oh, because you have no money, they can buy your time, labor, your talent, and even your dignity at will. Wayne was sure that at least from the perspective of the big bosses behind Warner Bros., this was definitely the view. The more capital he had, the more cautious Warner Bros. Had to be in cooperating with him. This was inevitable. The reason for this feeling is that Wayne himself has the same mentality, the same views, and the same rules of conduct. This is basically the self-cultivation of capitalists. So, don't think that the shareholders of Warner Bros. Are stupid, so there will be some discordant voices. Faced with such sky-high income, these shareholders have definitely thought countless times about how to get rid of Wayne and let Warner Bros. Control the DC series alone. It's just that for various reasons, they dare not, and cannot do it. Just like when Warner Bros. Does the movie revenue account, it has nothing to do with whether Wayne is a shareholder at Warner Bros. Or how good his relationship with the company is. From the standpoint of both labor and capital, the two sides are naturally opposed in terms of interests. There is something strange, and I haven't figured it out yet. Raising his wrist to check the time, Wayne took off his suit jacket from the back of the chair, put it on, and waved to the assistant to pack up his personal belongings and prepare to go home after get off work. Logically, this isn't the final payment deadline for the share of the profits. Why is Warner Bros. So proactive this time? Putting his director's notebook, pencil, cigarette lighter and other things into his briefcase, Nina stretched out her hands and stood on tiptoe to help him straighten the back collar of his suit jacket. Hearing Wayne's confusion, she smiled and shrugged, picked up the briefcase, and prepared to leave. I haven't finished yet. Warner Bros. Has passed the review of The Lord of the Rings and has agreed to co-produce this project with Greenberg Studio. Sure enough, I said Warner Bros. Is not running an orphanage. Chapter 590, Preparations for The Lord of the Rings. Warner Bros. Has never been a welfare institution. In fact, when the project plan for The Lord of the Rings and the accompanying detailed script were submitted, Warner Bros. Held no less than 3 high-level meetings full of fierce arguments. No one can tell how many fans of The Lord of the Rings, an epic masterpiece, have in the world. Even in Hollywood, there is no shortage of fans of this book, and there are also countless Hollywood movies that have borrowed from this masterpiece in their settings. To put it simply, as long as the legendary elves are mentioned, the first reaction in people's minds is definitely a handsome face, a slender body, and long ears. And this elf image that everyone will subconsciously think of comes from this epic masterpiece. But after so many years, the reason why this epic has not been brought to the big screen by Hollywood is because it is too difficult. In the circle, this book is called the most difficult film and television adaptation in history. But in the end, Jeff Robinoff's speech played a decisive role in the approval of this project within Warner Brothers. Wayne said that, if Warner Brothers does not participate in this project, Greenberg Studio will raise funds independently and produce this epic independently. No one would be stupid enough to ask whether Greenberg Studio has this ability. With the name of Wayne Greenberg, there will be countless film funds, film investors, and even other giants in the Big Six who will participate with money. The countless successes in the film industry in the past are the biggest source of confidence for Warner Brothers shareholders. Failure, that kind of thing seems to have never come to him. And this time, since he will invest real money, it means that he is very optimistic about this project. In addition, Batman: The Dark Knight is now ranked first in the box office in film history. Naturally, some people would rather choose to follow Wayne's investment choices without thinking. There are many such people, and there is no shortage of them inside Warner Brothers. Don't think they are superstitious. Los Angeles, or Hollywood, has always been the most superstitious North American circle, and the most superstitious people in this circle are always successful people. So, how to ensure that Greenberg Studio will invest real money in the project of Lord of the Rings? After all, this is the confidence of many shareholders in favor of Warner Brothers investment. Give money, yes, give money. Pay Greenberg Studio a little bit in advance for the money that will be paid sooner or later, as well as the large share that Wayne should get. Once the decision is made, Warner Brothers acts very quickly. After the project of Lord of the Rings is approved, it immediately contacts Wayne's accountant Colin Howard for reconciliation. At an extremely fast speed, the financial department of Warner Brothers deposited the money into the account of Greenberg Studio. The final production fund of Charlie's Angels is $30 million US. After you sign, it will be deposited into the account of Merrill Lynch Insurance Company. Apart from this, there are no other major expenses in the near future. When a large sum of money entered the account of Greenberg Studio, Nina checked the financial statements immediately, and the various uses and directions of the money required Wayne's personal signature. The preparatory funds for the Lord of the Rings are $150 million US. According to the investment ratio, we and Warner Brothers each get $75 million US. After looking at Wayne flipping through the documents, the assistant paused for a moment and waited for him to sign before continuing. Even if this part of the funds is deducted, there is still $130 million US in the studio account, and the subsequent investment in the Lord of the Rings will take at least a year. So this money. Any qualified rich man knows clearly that holding a large amount of cash is the stupidest way to manage money. With the current depreciation rate of the US dollar, the interest rate in the bank may not keep up with the depreciation rate of money. Therefore, investment is always a topic that North American rich people cannot avoid. As Wayne's net worth is getting higher and higher, and he has no habit of large-scale consumption, investment is also an unavoidable topic. Don't touch the money for now. You should know what I'm thinking. Putting the folder down, Wayne smiled and pointed at Nina's glasses. He shook his head and said, "Pay attention to tax issues. I don't want to be entangled by those vampires in the eyes. You don't have to worry about this. I will keep an eye on every tax avoidance plan of the accounting team led by Colin." The assistant pushed her glasses on her face, picked up the folder he had just signed, and stuffed it into her briefcase. "Okay, what time is the press conference?" 6 o'clock. "Peter Jackson has already gone. We are in time to leave the studio now." Nina tidied up the desk quickly, packed up Wayne's personal belongings, and looked up and said, "Warner Brothers has invited quite a few media this time. They have hyped up the production cost of $350 million US. There will be a cocktail party after the press conference. Strictly speaking, the total production budget of The Lord of the Rings is indeed $350 million US. Warner Brothers will definitely not give up this publicity gimmick. Although the relevant contracts have been signed in advance, they still invited the media and held a press conference to announce the news. You know, the book The Lord of the Rings has a huge fan base, and they are all potential audiences for the movie. The reason why Warner Brothers announced the preparation of the project through the media is also to remind this huge group that your favorite literary epic is about to be put on the big screen. Although the total investment budget of this project is $350 million, it is a trilogy series after all, so the funds are not sufficient. The only good news is that most of the investment in this project will definitely be used for film production, and the proportion of personnel salaries will not be too high. As the director, Peter Jackson actually signed a director and screenwriter salary of only $2 million. Wayne, the nominal producer, also only received a symbolic salary of $200,000. After all, he was really a nominal producer this time, and had no energy to focus on the preparation of the film. The power of the crew is definitely impossible to be in the hands of Peter Jackson. Whether in terms of qualifications or trust, this is completely impossible. For this reason, The Lord of the Rings, a project with a preparation period of more than a year, must have a producer that both parties can trust. So, John Gray, who has worked with Wayne and is now a senior executive of Warner Brothers Film and Television Production Department, once again took the lead as the project production manager. He will partner with Peter Jackson to start the complicated preparations for The Lord of the Rings. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Wayne walked into the press room of the Beverly Four Seasons Hotel in a low-key manner. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of all the media. The reporters directly ignored Peter Jackson, John Gray and others sitting in the middle. Mr. Greenberg, there is news that you are the copyright owner of The Lord of the Rings and have also participated in the investment of this project. Wayne, have you ever considered directing this project yourself? Can you talk about your ideas for the film and television adaptation of The Lord of the Rings? Without waiting for the host to announce the start, all kinds of questions were thrown in front of him. Facing the flashing camera flashes and a large group of media reporters in front of him, Wayne raised his hands and pressed them down. He did not choose to answer any questions, but smiled and signaled the host to start according to the plan. The total investment of this Lord of the Rings will reach $350 million. It will be jointly invested and produced by Greenberg Studio and Warner Brothers, and the film will be directed by Peter Jackson. As the host narrated, the media on the scene were also surprised. $350 million. My god. What the F***? Is Warner Brothers kidding? Such a huge investment for a novice director. Facing the whispers of the reporters on the scene, the host did not stop his work. He introduced the film information step by step and then announced the media question session. Throughout the press conference, Wayne was like a mascot, sitting relatively close to the side with a smile on his face. No matter how many questions the reporters asked him, he hardly answered any questions, leaving the stage to Peter Jackson and John Gray. To put it bluntly, he was just an investor in this film. Even if he had the title of producer, he would not personally intervene in the specific work of the project. For this day, the New Zealand bearded man sitting in the middle had paid enough, and he certainly knew that this guy could do well enough. After the press conference ended, Wayne still left the press room in advance in a low-key manner. After meeting up with the assistant lady, he took the elevator to the banquet hall on the 4th floor, where the cocktail party was held. That guy shows up again. Nina whispered while they were alone in the elevator. This is the 9th high-end party that guy has attended this year. Nodding silently, Wayne did not express anything else, but just silently thought about the timing of his move. With a ding sound, he had just left the elevator, and two unexpected greetings interrupted his thinking. Hello, Director Greenberg. Hi, Wayne. Not far from the elevator, there were two men holding wine glasses. One of them was Townsend Rothman, the CEO of 20th Century Fox, and the other was a gray-haired old man. Although they had met more than once in the past few years, they had never formally greeted each other. Hi, Townsend. With a smile on his face, Wayne took a few steps forward and came to the two of them. He nodded to Townsend Rothman first. Then he squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the gray-haired old man and took the initiative to extend his right hand. Good evening, Mr. Murdoch. Long time no see. At the same time, he was also wondering in his heart that this guy should not appear in this kind of occasion. Although this was a relatively high-end cocktail party, it was fundamentally held in the name of Warner Brothers for The Lord of the Rings. Chapter 591. I hope you can find a way to convince me. Wayne casually took a glass of champagne from the passing waiter and clinked glasses with Rupert Murdoch. After the two exchanged greetings, they looked at each other. We have a very good cooperation on the X-Men project. Rupert Murdoch pondered for a while, and the topic turned directly to the X-Men that was being filmed. Wayne, if this project is good, 20th Century Fox and even News Corporation hope to continue to cooperate with you. Oh, by the way, I also want to thank you for your choice during the audition. News Corporation is a media group that ranks firmly in the top 3 in the world. Wayne never underestimates this old guy in front of him. The News Corporation controlled by the other party has not encountered any crisis yet. In terms of size, it is fully capable of competing head-on with Time Warner. Unlike Time Warner's dispersed equity, this gray-haired old man has always been the controller of News Corporation. Even if it was split many years later, it has never changed the identity of the controller of the Murdoch family. Who can tell what will happen in the future? But I personally cherish my friendship with 20th Century Fox very much. Without knowing the other party's purpose, he smiled and perfunctorily passed it over. As for the other party's mention of the choice of actor for the audition of Wolverine and X-Men, he didn't take it seriously at all. Hugh Jackman is Australian, and so is this old man. It's not difficult to figure out the connection between them. Moreover, for the X-Men project, his short-term goal is to make a profit and withdraw. Even if there are other intentions for this series, it is not something to consider in the short term. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Wayne raised his glass again to signal, and took Nina away from the duo. Why is he here? It's not clear yet. The assistant followed him, thought for a while, and also couldn't find a suitable answer. But the chairman of News Corporation will never come to such a place for no reason. Those female models can't attract him. Jeff is over there. Should we go over there? While Nina was talking, Jeff Robinoff, who was entertaining, also saw the two. Wayne raised his glass and shook it, while shaking his head, and did not choose to join in the fun. There were many people in the industry who knew each other in the banquet hall. The two seemed to be wandering around aimlessly, stopping from time to time to exchange a few words with people, or some producers and agents came over at the right time to give a few business cards. John Landor, the producer of The Big Ship, that has become a mess. It didn't take long for Wayne to find his target, but unlike what he imagined, his target was talking to a big bearded guy, as if he was trying to sell something. This big bearded guy was the John Landor, the producer of The Big Ship mentioned by Nina. This producer is now famous in the whole industry. Because of the investment problem of The Big Ship, this guy offended a lot of people, but this cannot deny his ability. The truck driver was able to prepare for several years with peace of mind, and the credit was at least half of this guy. Hi, John. As if the greetings were the same as those of others before, Wayne took the initiative to greet the producer with a smile while holding a glass of wine. I heard that James' Titanic is finally going to be finished. Good evening, Mr. Greenberg. John Landor heard the greeting, and almost without hesitation, left the man who was talking beside him, took a few steps with a glass of wine, and came to Wayne, shrugged with a wry smile. Yes, it's finally going to be finished. This project has made me a joke in the circle now. At the Oscars party, I promised James that I would attend the premiere of the film. Wayne glanced at the man who was thrown there without a trace, and then turned his eyes back, and said with a smile, "Don't forget to send me an invitation letter later, and I will definitely go when the time comes." No problem. John Landor nodded. He was also very confused now. He and James Cameron were not familiar with this young boss. Even if he had agreed to attend the premiere of The Big Ship, he didn't have to greet him specifically. That guy looks unfamiliar. Is he also in the circle? Seemingly inadvertently, Wayne pointed at the man who had just been left there with his hand holding a cigarette. Not an insider. Shaking his head, John Landor frowned and said, "I've seen him at other parties before. This time he wants me to help introduce him to some 20th Century Fox executives." Obviously, he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Titanic is finally getting out of the quagmire, and he has no intention of wading into these muddy waters. Okay, that's it. As if Wayne was aroused by some interest, he clinked his glasses with John Landor and walked directly towards the man, leaving the Big Ship producer confused. At this time, the other party obviously saw him, and unlike what he imagined, the man seemed to hesitate for a while, before choosing to take a few steps forward and take the initiative to extend his hand to say hello. "Hello, Mr. Greenberg, I'm Reed Hastings." "Hello, Mr. Hastings." The two shook hands, and Wayne observed the man with interest. According to the information Nina had investigated, this guy had already run several high-end parties in Hollywood, but obviously did not get the desired results. Ever since Naomi Watts inadvertently reminded him of the streaming media information, he has actually been investigating related news. The difficulty was lower than he thought. The man opposite was a wealthy man, which was much more conspicuous than ordinary people. "Mr. Greenberg, can I take a few minutes of your time and find a place to chat?" During this period of time, Reed Hastings has fully witnessed the arrogance of Hollywood bigwigs. The more top-level people are, the more arrogant they are. This circle is completely different from the technology circle. Although he did not hold out much hope, he still made an invitation out of habit. "No problem." This answer obviously made him stunned for a moment, but then he immediately reacted, waved to a waiter, whispered his needs, and followed the waiter to a lounge. Along the way, he kept peeking at the young Hollywood bigwig beside him. This person definitely meets his potential needs. The other party's information is not a secret. He is a top Hollywood director and a guarantee of success in the film industry. What he values most is that the other party is not short of money and is a major shareholder of Warner Brothers. What he is worried about now is how to impress the other party, how to make the other party believe his words, and avoid receiving countless rejections like before. Point with the rapid development of the internet, the number of personal computers in North America is also increasing rapidly. My company relies on the internet for development, and the online rental business definitely represents the future. Members can stay at home and choose their favorite movies online and no longer have to endure the various delays, deposits and other conditions of blockbuster stores. Since entering the lounge, Wayne has been listening silently to the man opposite him talking eloquently. During this period, except for looking at Nina once or twice, he did not interrupt the other party's expression. This may have encouraged Reed Hastings. He constantly belittled Blockbuster, the dominant player in the videotape industry, to demonstrate the goodness of his own model. From the prospects for industry development to the various prospects for the company after its listing, in terms of the level of painting a pie in the sky, he has completely reached the level of an internet company CEO. "Okay, I'm very interested in your stuff, but..." Wayne waited until the other party finished speaking before he slowly lit a cigarette. When the man's joy just climbed onto his face, he stretched out a finger and said, "I need answers to a few questions." "No problem, Mr. Greenberg, just tell me if you have any questions." He put away the expression on his face and asked Reed Hastings, "First, what do you want from me? Money or something else? Second, how big is your company now, and what are its profit prospects, or how long do you expect to generate profits? Don't talk to me about listing. I'm not interested in the internet wealth-making myth." Mr. Greenberg, these questions obviously hit his pain points. Reed Hastings pondered for a moment, as if he was thinking about how to organize his language to make his answers more credible. "My company needs an investment, and it needs the platform help of a big company. I know you are a major shareholder of Warner Brothers, and we can achieve a win-win situation. As for the scale of my company, well, Netflix has just been established. Although our current scale is not large, in the future, if other people heard these words, 90% would turn around and leave. No one believed that such a grassroots team established because of a novel idea could grow and develop. Even if Wayne knew how powerful Netflix would be in the future, he was full of doubts about these pie-in-the-sky answers. He was just an ordinary person and did not know the specific development process of Netflix, but he knew that in the end, the model the other party said was indeed successful. Not only did it successfully defeat Blockbuster, the overlord of the videotape industry, but it also successfully transformed into a streaming media and became the overlord of the streaming media network with a market value of more than $300 billion US. If Netflix's only flaw is content, it is content. Although self-made dramas and self-made movies seem to be flying, the losses are far greater than the profits. It is not that Netflix is willing to play self-made dramas, but that the Hollywood giants who have completed resource integration have not authorized content to this streaming media giant. These are not convincing enough, but I'm very interested in your model. Wayne waved his hand, interrupted the other party, looked at him seriously and said, "You need to come up with more powerful evidence to prove that your model can work. You should understand what I mean." Nina took out the prepared business card and put it on the table. Wayne pointed to the business card and stood up to tidy up his suit. "You can call this number at any time. I hope you can convince me." The meeting was not long. Reed Hastings looked at the backs of the two people leaving. After picking up the business card on the table, he raised his hand and scratched his hair. At this time, he had both the joy of seeing hope and the headache of being at a loss. Chapter 592 for the market. Wayne actually had doubts about the newly born Netflix. He was not sure whether it was a better time to make a move now. After all, the original president of Netflix, after being frustrated in Hollywood, still succeeded in making this model work. "Boss, I think that investing in this video rental website that you asked me to keep an eye on is not as good as investing in that IMDb, which has the market prospect." After leaving the lounge, the two did not continue to stay in the party. They greeted Jeff Robinov and the busy Peter Jackson and left the hotel in a low-key manner to avoid the media. On the way back to the manor, Nina still couldn't help but whispered a word of advice. Judging from Reed Hastings' narration, this is obviously another internet company that sells concepts. This way of using a concept to attract investment and draw big cakes is also the specialty of those technology elites in Silicon Valley. Talk to him slowly first. Investing in his company is certain, but I'm still a little unsure about the timing of investment. Wayne smoked silently, looked at the night view of the street that was constantly receding outside the car window, and responded with a frown. What he is most concerned about now is that, if he took action at the very beginning and gave the other party the funds needed for development, as well as the more important platform resources of Warner Brothers, a film and television giant, would this future streaming media overlord change its original process and encounter unpredictable situations in the process of development? On the contrary, he did not give up the idea of joining Netflix at all. Outside the film industry, he was sure that there were not many rides he could catch. He could not easily give up such a streaming media giant with a future market value of more than $300 billion US. Moreover, as long as there are no major accidents, Netflix will be able to become the most favorable channel supplement for Warner Brothers after its successful development. Of course, these things will take many years to develop, but it cannot be denied that this is a company that can compete with the big six in another way after its development. My advice is that it is best not to be the first investor now. Let's wait and see. After confirming her boss's intention, Nina immediately changed her way of thinking and began to weigh the pros and cons from Wayne's perspective. Reed Hastings' model, no matter how it is packaged, still cannot be separated from the scope of an internet company. In the early stages of an internet company's entrepreneurship, it is completely burning money for development. As long as you want, the next project of Greenberg Studio will require a large amount of funds. Let's do this for now. This time, Wayne was willing to stay at the reception after the media meeting, just to take the initiative to meet the legendary founder of Netflix. But what Reed Hastings didn't expect was that this would be the last time they met in a short period of time. Within 2 days after the meeting, the technology circle tycoon collected relevant information and wanted to meet with Wayne again, but every time he answered the phone and talked about these things, it was basically Nina who did it, and the answer she got was always that Mr. Greenberg was busy with work. Reed Hastings had a clear feeling that the young Hollywood tycoon was indeed interested in his company, but he was always hesitant. Since the other party's assistant had been in contact with him and asked about the company's development from time to time, it proved that the other party's eyes were always on him and never left. In fact, his need for funds is not the first priority. If he wants to attract investment, Wall Street has plenty of opportunities. Today, the market is full of internet wealth creation myths, and Wall Street has never lacked people willing to pay for a story or a concept. What Reed Hastings values more is actually Wayne's status as a major shareholder of Warner Brothers. If the new Netflix can get the promotion of a large platform like Warner Brothers, the situation it will get will be completely different. What's more, the moment he saw Wayne, he had already thought about the authorization of Warner Brothers' huge film library. Time is slowly advancing. With the arrival of September, the hottest summer season in North America has ended amid the media's disturbances. The North American theater market has once again returned to a stable period, ending the situation where at least 2 large investment films are released every weekend. The preparations for The Flash are proceeding in an orderly manner. Most of Wayne's energy has been put here during this period. As the preparations for The Flash are coming to an end, he has also slowed down his work and shifted more of his attention to the upcoming trip to the other side of the Pacific. Wayne, I've carefully read the script you constructed for The Flash, and I've also watched the previous DC series you shot more than once. With assistant director Guillermo and Sofia Coppola, Wayne walked around the studio that was about to be completed. During the preparations in the crew, Joe Kubert, the father of DC, who had always maintained a low-key and transparent image, quietly came to his side and said, "I don't have any great suggestions for the DC series of movies, but I found that, except for the absolute protagonists in the movies, the abilities of other DC comic characters are not shown much." Without stopping, Wayne looked at the studio that was about to be completed and nodded silently. He turned his head and glanced at Joe Kubert. He knew what the other party meant. Many characters in DC Comics were created by this old man, and he certainly hoped that each of them could shine on the big screen. Joe, comics and movies are 2 different media after all. A movie is only so long. We can't give too many shots to minor characters. All development can only be carried out around the protagonist. Several people slowly walked out of the studio, and Wayne was slowly explaining the difference between the two to the father of DC superheroes. Besides, Joe, now for DC superhero movies, it is still in the stage of laying the foundation. The first thing we have to ensure is to leave a deep enough impression of the protagonist to the audience. As for those minor characters who also have abilities, when the DC universe is successfully built, they will naturally be gradually shown on the big screen. Your plan is too big, and the timeline is too long. Joe Kubert smiled, stretched out his hand and patted Wayne's arm, and sighed. I don't know if I can still see the DC Justice League appear on the big screen and assemble, and whether I can see the Justice League sweeping the world. My health has been getting worse and worse in the past 2 years. As the creator of most well-known heroes in DC Comics, Joe Kubert certainly hopes that more and more heroes will be brought to the big screen, and he also hopes to see the Justice League described by Wayne. Yes, you will see it soon. After taking a deep look at the father of DC superheroes beside him, Wayne took the lead and walked into the preparation studio. He knew that the reason why this old guy said these things and was willing to come to the crew to participate in the preparation was purely because he liked it, and there was no other interest involved. You know, Joe Kubert is completely different from the father of Marvel, Stan Lee, in his memory. According to the contract, Stan Lee can get a large share of the character copyright for every movie, TV series, animation, etc. shot by Marvel. This part of the income is very substantial. He still remembers that there was a media report that Stan Lee could take more than 8% of the profit from each Marvel movie. Putting aside other things, just talking about the terrifying box office of Avengers, how much can he get? But everyone knows what kind of virtue Hollywood film companies are. When Marvel movies began to form a law that swept the world, Stan Lee also fell out with the company at the same time. The reason was nothing more than the problem of profit distribution. In the end, it was brought to court, and the matter was not resolved satisfactorily. But there is no similar copyright contract between Joe Kubert and DC Comics or Warner Brothers. The father of DC superheroes, who is usually unknown, did all this out of pure love. Boss, take a look at this. As soon as they entered the studio, prop supervisor Wix Hart and Brooks Carter, the head of Industrial Light and Magic, held a set of flash suits together and waved to Wayne and his friends. Since Wayne's movies required a lot of special effects, Industrial Light and Magic became his partner. The team led by Brooks Carter would directly join in whenever his new projects started to be prepared, and this time was the same. Although this film will use more computer special effects technology, in his imagination, computer special effects technology combined with real prop modeling is the most reliable way to suit this era, and Industrial Light and Magic is also good at this. According to your design, this is the last version of the Flash suit. Wixhart patted the suit in his hand. James Franco has tried it, and there is no problem at all. Not only the one in his hand, but there are 3 similar ones hanging on the prop rack behind them. Compared with the thin and light ones that were more in line with the setting in the comics at the beginning, the ones they made now have a more technological feel. At first glance, they are much more bloated than the original versions. The overall color is still mainly dark red, and 2 lightning bolts are specially added on the chest. More importantly, the helmet of the suit has a more futuristic sense of technology than other parts. The overall look is more like a metal armor than a suit. Are you sure you want to do this? Will it be resisted by comic fans? Assistant director Guillermo reached out and touched the suit. These things look very metallic, but you can find that the whole suit is still in the category of props and is actually much lighter than metal. This version is completely different from the comic book. Very well done. Wayne nodded to Wixhart and Brooks Carter. He carefully touched several finished products and looked at them with satisfaction. These suits, at least on the surface, looked very well made, just like the technological products from the future, which was exactly in line with his idea. Guillermo, to a certain extent, our film does not need to deliberately please comic fans. After determining the version of the suit needed for filming, Wayne was obviously in a very good mood. He did not take the assistant director's concerns to heart at all. Turning to Brooks Carter of Industrial Light and Magic, he asked, how much does it cost to make just one set of such suits? If it is made by hand, the cost of this set is more than $5,500. Please note that this cost does not include labor costs. Due to the requirement of excellence in props during filming, these movie props must strive for perfection during the production process, and also consider the feelings of the actors after wearing them, the impact of the actions, etc. So the cost is basically impossible to be low. However, after Brooks Carter finished speaking, he thought for a while and then said, but if some of the expensive materials are replaced, and the handmade products are changed to mechanical assembly line processing, and then assembled, the cost can be reduced to less than $1,800, or even lower. You know, it depends on the scale of production. Okay, no problem. Wayne nodded with satisfaction, turned around and walked towards the director's office with a few people. The pieces needed for filming under the camera lens fully meet his requirements. What he is more concerned about now is actually the cost of mass production of this suit. You know, he is not just a simple movie director. As a shareholder of Warner Brothers, this is naturally determined by his position. The best-selling peripheral props of Batman, The Dark Knight are surprisingly the complete set of 1-to-1 Batman armor. Based on this, Charles Roven conveyed the request of Warner Brothers executives as early as when The Flash began preparations. It is foreseeable that, as long as there are no major accidents, this Flash movie is destined to cause a carnival among DC fans again, after it is released in the summer of next year, and the Flash suit that appears in the movie will inevitably become the object of fans' pursuit again. This time, Warner Brothers' strategy is very clear. After the film is released, the Flash suit will be the focus of the operation of the film's peripherals. With the previous example of the hot sales of Batman armor, Warner Brothers is confident that this suit, which is destined to be not affordable, will once again become the focus of film sales. After the problem of the suit was determined, the preparations for the Flash gradually came to an end. After a meeting with the core team members, Wayne immediately announced that the crew would be disbanded on the spot and take a week off. A week later, the filming of the movie officially started. On the second day after the crew was disbanded, he took Nina and Sergey and boarded a chartered plane of Warner Brothers and set off to the country across the Pacific Ocean in a low-key manner. Facing the first time in so many years that he was about to return to the land that appeared in his dreams, Wayne's mood was also very complicated. As for Batman, The Dark Knight, which has been withdrawn from the shelves in most theater markets around the world, his main purpose this time was to attend the premiere of this film there and lay the foundation for the films that Warner Brothers will release later. In North America, the box office pace of this film has obviously slowed down since August. Whether it is the scale of screening or the number of screenings, it has withdrawn from the mainstream view in the theater market. From August to the beginning of September, the total box office in North America has accumulated $558 million. The overseas box office trend of this film has always been higher than the North American box office. To date, it has been withdrawn from most theater markets around the world, but the overseas box office has also reached $630 million, and the total global box office has accumulated $1.188 billion. As for whether this film can exceed $1.2 billion before it is completely withdrawn from the shelves around the world, no one can say for sure now, but Wayne's trip is highly expected by Warner Brothers. That market has not yet released Batman, The Dark Knight, and with its terrifying population base, there is no reason why it should not be favored by Warner Brothers. Chapter 593 First Stop. September. The news was first released by China Film Corporation. After major media outlets confirmed that it was true, the news began to spread rapidly in this land at an abnormal speed in a short period of time. The latest news from our reporter is that Wayne Greenberg, the Oscar winner for Best Director, will arrive at the Capital International Airport today. We understand that this is the first time that the world's top director has come to this land. This time he was invited by China Film to participate in the Chungchang International Film Festival in a few days. Wayne Greenberg, the Oscar winner for Best Director, is the most special director in Hollywood since the 1990s. His works are usually shot from the perspective of vulnerable groups in society. There is never a lack of discussion on humanistic care in his films, which involve all aspects of social problems. This is the first time that a director of his level has come here, and it also indicates that our films are gradually beginning to attract the world's attention. Wayne Greenberg, the great Hollywood director, arrived at the Capital International Airport this morning. According to the latest news from reporters at the front, he will officially start his journey to the east tomorrow. His first stop is the Dutch Film Academy, where he will gather with students, mentors, and media from the Dutch Film Academy to talk about topics related to movies and Hollywood. Wayne Greenberg. When ordinary people saw this name suddenly appearing in newspapers, they were confused at first. Compared with those international stars who were active on the stage, ordinary people were not familiar with the directors behind the scenes. But with the media's hype, at least most ordinary people knew one thing: this foreigner was an international film director with a great reputation. If it was just the publicity in various local newspapers that made people confused, then a news interruption on the TV evening program quickly ignited people's enthusiasm. This morning, the famous Hollywood director, producer, well-known North American philanthropist, social activist, billionaire Wayne Greenberg arrived at the Capital International Airport and is about to start a week-long trip to the East. Wayne Greenberg is the winner of this year's Oscar for Best Director and the world's #1 box office record holder in film history. The short news brief is no more than 30 seconds, but its meaning is different for the public, especially for his identity titles: billionaire, social activist, philanthropist, etc. Each of these titles can add countless halos to him. This place is experiencing a rapid economic recovery, so generally in people's hearts, there is a hidden desire to show themselves, and corresponding to this, it is to be recognized by the world. Such ideas are prevalent in all aspects of society, even in the film industry. This also caused the first international director to come here to attract the attention of countless people for a while. Of course, there are many fans who know him. In the minds of many people, his identity is not just an ordinary Hollywood director, but also represents the identities of North American celebrities, billionaires, and philanthropists. For many people of this era, it is full of curiosity and attraction. Now the internet in this land is not so developed, but some information can always be obtained, as long as you want to inquire. In a short period of time, films such as Happy Death Day, Get Out, Joker, It, Batman Begins and so on have become the focus of countless ordinary people's discussions. Although these movies have never been released on a large scale in this land, the influence of pirated videotapes and pirated CDs has never been ignored. Especially in the past 1 or 2 years, VCD machines have begun to be widely used in families in this land, and various optical discs have become the main channel for people to entertain themselves. Boss, it seems that the release of Batman, The Dark Knight is far less influential than your own name. In the room of Beijing Hotel, Nina shrugged and said to Wayne standing in front of the window, after chatting with the receptionist of the branch of Warner Brothers. There is one thing that Warner Brothers and we didn't expect, that this place would have such great enthusiasm for your coming. Before they came, they made several publicity requests to Warner Brothers and China Film. In fact, the original intention was to focus on Batman, The Dark Knight, his first film to be released here, but what people didn't expect was that the media's curiosity and reports on his identity far exceeded the film that was about to be released on a large scale. Mr. Greenberg, in the hotel room, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes smiled. I have discussed your schedule with Ms. Clean. As the manager of the Warner Brothers branch, Bernard Thompson has been observing Wayne covertly since he received this group of people. He knows better than anyone the influence of this young man in the Hollywood circle, and is even more aware of his identity as a major shareholder at Warner Brothers, so he has always been respectful to these people along the way. The public security here is completely different from that in North America. If you are interested, you can go out for a walk, but it is best to be accompanied by our staff to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Bernard Thompson pondered for a moment and found that the young boss standing at the window turned around and looked at him. He organized his words again and continued, "We don't have any activities scheduled before tomorrow morning. I personally suggest that you adjust to the time difference first. If you need anything, you can communicate with me in time." "No problem, thank you." Wayne smiled and nodded. When there were only 3 people left in the suite, he squinted again and turned to look at the scenery outside the window without any sleepiness due to jet lag. No one knew how complicated his feelings towards this city were. This was his hometown, and it contained countless memories engraved in his soul. "Shit, Sergey, if you keep circling in front of me, I'll kick you out." Nina's voice sounded helplessly and angry. She pushed her glasses on her face, waved their schedule in her hand, and roared in a low voice, "Hold your damn game console, go to your room, or cover your head, and go to sleep, now." The assistant's voice also attracted Wayne's attention. He tilted his head to look at Sergey, who was a little at a loss, shook his head and smiled, walked back to the sofa, and ignored the two of them, and grabbed the cigarette on the coffee table with some emotion. The Russian bear shrugged, picked up his suitcase, pushed open the door of one of the suites, and fell directly on the big bed. The reason why this guy became at a loss was entirely because of the lack of a sense of security. Before rushing from Los Angeles to the airport, Wayne strictly ordered him to leave the military large caliber pistol 1911 that he never left at home. For this former special forces instructor, leaving the gun was like losing most of his sense of security, so he seemed so abnormal. "Do you want to go out for a walk, boss? It's a good time to test whether your Chinese is effective." Seeing him turn on the TV, Nina rolled her eyes and whispered teasingly, "Are you sure you can understand what is being said on TV? Boss, I have to remind you that there is the most authentic Chinese food here. If we don't go out today, we still have plenty of time." Waving his hand, Wayne's eyes did not leave the monotonous TV program. Everything on it made him feel extremely intimate. "Let's talk about business. What are the arrangements between Warner Brothers and China Film? Tomorrow we will go to the school. There is a speech." Nina shook the schedule in her hand and reported in a low voice, "According to what I just discussed with Bernard, this speech is very relaxed and will only talk about topics related to movies. The day after tomorrow we will take a plane to attend the opening ceremony of the film festival and will stay for 2 to 3 days. At the same time, Batman, The Dark Knight will have its premiere. Then we will take a plane back to the city. According to the arrangements of Warner Brothers and China Film, we will climb the Great Wall and visit the ancient buildings in the city. During this period, there will be media follow-ups. You know, they need promotional materials. Before the end of this trip, there will be an important media interview program. I have inquired about it. The number of audiences for this program is very terrifying. In fact, whether it is tomorrow's campus exchange, or the subsequent flight to the 3 northeastern provinces to attend the opening ceremony of the film festival, or the subsequent interviews of various activities, Nina and Warner Brothers have only one requirement, that is, only talk about topics related to movies, or the various feelings of this visit, and absolutely no politics can be mixed in. Now on both sides of the Pacific, even if it is still in the honeymoon period, this is also Wayne's bottom line, and he will not answer any related questions. That's right, Hollywood, the so-called free land in North America, has never been far away from politics. Countless celebrities also like to talk about their political views in the media, but whether in Hollywood or outside North America, Wayne never mentions these topics. He is not worried about the media reporters asking sensitive questions. After all, Warner Brothers has been in a honeymoon period with this place for many years, and all problems are not problems. It is the school that needs to be communicated, and the Beijing Film Academy gave a very pleasant response. All the questions raised by students in the question and answer session are related to the film and Hollywood industry, and are not mixed with other things. Call Mr. Bernard Thompson and tell him that we will eat the most authentic Jude Hole duck in the evening. On the first day of arriving in this land, Wayne did not leave the hotel, but this did not prevent him from eating the most familiar food, fried noodles at noon and roast duck at night. Even if these things are also available in North America, it is like leaving this land, and the taste will become different, at least for him. A night passed in the blink of an eye. Facing the morning sun, Wayne walked into the Beijing Film Academy and started his first stop on this trip to the east. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594, Export to Domestic Sales. Wayne has been the brand of Warner Brothers since the 1990s. Almost everyone in the industry knows this. The reason why Warner Brothers is willing to promote this trip is that they see the market potential brought by the terrifying population base of this market. They want their flagship product, the DC superhero series, to be promoted in this land. The first stop of the promotion is set at the university campus. More than an hour before the event started, the auditorium that can accommodate 800 people was already full. The school did not suspend classes. Some considerate teachers even announced the end of get out of class 20 minutes in advance, allowing restless students to join in the fun in the auditorium. However, there were still too many people. Many students who left get out of class early crowded in front of the auditorium to line up. In the arrangement of this venue, the school obviously did not expect Wayne's influence to be so great. Grab a ticket to land on Noah's Ark. It seems impossible to get in without a bloody battle. In front of the long and bustling queue, a boy in white short-sleeved shirt put his hands on the awning, looked at the noisy auditorium door, and shook his head helplessly. I should have skipped the first acting class. This auditorium only has 800 seats, and now there are so many people crowding at the door. It's over. Forget about getting in today. There were students complaining around, but they didn't leave. They were all expecting something unexpected to happen, and let everyone in. The auditorium was already full of people. The 2 rows in front were filled with cameras, and reporters from various media were also looking forward to it. Behind them were some invited guests, teachers, and professors from the school, and behind them were the students who successfully entered. Although Wayne's movies in recent years have not been introduced to this land, this is a special place where all his directorial works can be seen. Compared to his unfamiliarity among ordinary people, the film majors on campus are very familiar with this name. Both the students of the film school and the teachers here have seen his films more than once, and some shots and clips have even been used as classroom displays more than once. Of course, no matter where his works are, some people like them and some don't. His works have too much personal style, and the content is not suitable for large-scale promotion. A middle-aged professor sitting in the second row chatted with 2 colleagues beside him before the event started. Hollywood movies are becoming more and more assembly line operations, and homogeneity is naturally becoming more and more serious. Wayne Greenberg is indeed the most special one, but his early works have too much personal style. Although his current works have begun to bow to the commercial, they are still too special and cannot be widely used by other directors to learn and promote. The two teachers beside him nodded silently, understanding that this is an objective phenomenon. Everyone present has seen Wayne Greenberg's works more than once. As a teacher, the most frustrating thing is that there is no way to promote them on a large scale. Black style movies have not been mainstream in North America and the entire West in recent years, let alone in this land. If it weren't for Wayne, who gradually pushed dark style works into the mainstream, I'm afraid this type of film would still be a carnival for niche movie fans, and would still not be recognized by the public. Some of his ideas and techniques are worth promoting and learning. A young teacher thought about it, and gave a different opinion. I have seen Batman, The Dark Knight. Whether it is the unprecedented anti-hero setting, or the theme of the whole film, and the ideas conveyed to the audience, this film can be called great, although this film has obviously compromised with business. Audience is always a problem for directors of this type. The middle-aged teacher nodded, obviously agreeing with his colleagues. But Wayne Greenberg has obviously found a balance between art and business. His films have never lacked audiences, even in his early works. It's very simple, because even if his films are full of artistic attributes, they can always be understood by ordinary people. Another middle-aged teacher who had been silent all the time gave his own summary, and this sentence also won the approval of two colleagues. This principle is very simple, but it is not so easy to do it. Because no matter where the directors of art films are, the attributes of the works they actually shoot are the same. In the so-called art film field, directors never want to tell a story, but more to express their emotions to the audience through the content of the film. Therefore, when watching art films, many audiences will be confused by the obscure plots, and will be bored by long shots. Most people watch movies for the most original feelings such as refreshing and joyful, but art films often want to convey the director's emotions to the audience, which will inevitably appear niche. But not all directors can't see through this. For example, Farewell My Concubine, which can be called a great Chinese film, no matter who it is, it cannot be denied that this is an art film in which the director expresses emotions. The only reason why it is sought after by the public is that ordinary people can understand it, which is extremely important. There was a lot of noise in the venue, and everyone was whispering to each other, but people's eyes never left the figure sitting in the crowd on the stage, whether it was students or the media. Just before the event officially started, a group of students poured into the auditorium again. In the end, the school opened the entrance to the auditorium again, and let those students who were willing to stand in. After a little chaos, the scene returned to order again. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a host walked to the center of the stage with a microphone, and the scene fell completely silent. After a brief introduction, the host said to the microphone, "Please welcome our guest today, Wayne Greenberg, winner of the Hollywood Best Director Award." On the seat on the side of the stage, Wayne stood up with a smile on his face, picked up the microphone prepared on the table, and walked towards the center of the stage with big strides. He was still dressed the same way for thousands of years, a dark slim suit with no brand logo, and casual leather shoes. The linen-colored round bald head, which was no more than 2 centimeters long, highlighted the tough lines of his face. There was no tie or bow tie under the suit, which made him look free and casual. This outfit did not show a strong attitude, but it was full of the tough temperament that a man should have. When he walked onto the stage, he left a relatively good impression on most people at the scene. With the warm applause in the auditorium, Wayne smiled and bowed slightly to everyone. He was the only one left in the center of the stage, but the host did not stay. This made many people at the scene feel strange. You know, the carefully selected hosts often have important translation work. In this day and age, the biggest barrier to communication between the two sides is language. However, as soon as Wayne raised the microphone and spoke, the scene immediately became lively again, and many students in the back row whistled excitedly. "Hello, I'm Wayne Greenberg. If I say it myself, my last name is Wei. This foreigner speaks Mandarin so well. Ha, did I hear it right?" There was a moment of surprise at first, and then the crowd's shouts towards the stage gradually increased. "The King of Darkness. The King of Darkness." When the crowd gradually quieted down, Wayne spoke to the microphone again. "I took Chinese as an elective during school. It seems that the decision I made back then was very correct. It made our communication much smoother. Others didn't know, but he knew very well in his heart that with his authentic Beijing dialect, it was absolutely possible for him to become an old friend here. So in the communication session before the event, he directly chose to remove the host's question session for the current scene. It seems that you have given me a good nickname, but the first thing I want to tell you is, don't call me the Dark Lord. Wayne shrugged at everyone, ignoring the low laughter at the scene, straightened his face, and continued, most of the students here will become film and television workers in the future. Whether your goal is to become an actor or a screenwriter, director, or photographer, it is inevitable that we do need to watch a lot of film and television works by masters and watch a lot of excellent films, but we don't have to be their fans or worship them. We are all young people. My suggestion is to explore human nature in your own works, to deeply feel the most common human emotions, to shoot your own life and your own feelings, and to make the young people's own voices heard. A warm applause rang out like a tide. Until now, some teachers were still picking their ears with their fingers, wondering at this fluent Beijing dialect. Others looked at each other, wondering at a white foreigner speaking Chinese. Okay, the serious and rigid topic is over. Let me formally introduce myself. Wayne waved his hand, and a warm smile appeared on his face again. He continued to speak into the microphone. My name is Wayne, and my friends call me that. Don't get me wrong, I'm not Bruce Wayne, although many people call me the real-life Dark Knight. Is this a fake ghost? A media reporter sitting in the first row turned his head mechanically and muttered to the cameraman next to him. Who knows? The cameraman raised his head and replied in the same confusion. I want to go up and peel off his white skin with my hands to see if there is another color hidden inside. Could it be that it's exported and sold domestically? A reporter next to him smiled, and his words caused several colleagues to laugh, and they all covered their mouths and laughed. Chapter 595 Bragging X. Unconsciously, no one could deny that, because Wayne suddenly switched to Chinese. The reporters, students, and professors in the entire auditorium all had a great liking and recognition for him. Although they didn't admit it, everyone knew in their hearts that in this day and age, everyone was trying their best to go abroad. Now suddenly there was a white-skinned foreigner, speaking authentic and fluent Beijing dialect, standing on the stage and talking freely, which was really dreamy. Chinese is notoriously difficult to learn, which many people know. Just looking at the way this foreigner speaks, which is completely Chinese thinking, it can be proved that the other party is definitely not a intensive training before coming to this land. If you want to speak Chinese to this level, you must spend a lot of time studying seriously. To be honest, when I heard that this event was to discuss topics about movies with a group of idealistic peers, I didn't prepare the so-called speech at all. Wayne on the stage held a microphone in his hand, and it can be seen that he was very relaxed. He moved from the center of the stage to the front of the stage in a few steps, where he could be closer to the front row of the audience. With a natural expression, he raised his other hand, skipped the media reporters in the front row, waved at the students sitting in the back row, and continued, I think you should also be curious about Hollywood, just like I'm curious about the culture of this land, so I have no interest in giving a speech. I want to communicate with you. If you have any questions, you can just raise your hands. Yes, you can raise your hands now to ask questions. He was right about one thing. Wayne did not prepare any speech. Strictly speaking, Hollywood's logic of only profit first is absolutely inappropriate for public speeches here. He would rather answer some students' questions. Looking at the stage below, he found that there were not many students who dared to raise their hands first. He smiled and shook his head slightly, and he stretched out his hand and pointed at a girl at random. Student, just say what you want to ask. It's best to ask topics related to movies. The girl who was pointed was stunned for a moment. Obviously, she didn't expect that she was so lucky. Her position also attracted the attention of more than 1,000 people in the entire auditorium. The girl was obviously very nervous. She looked at the man on the stage and saw that he was smiling at her. She mustered up her courage and stood up. She took the microphone and hesitated for a moment before saying, Hello, Director Greenberg. I'm not a student of this school. I came here because I heard that you would give a speech here. Wayne nodded and raised his hand to signal her to continue. It's okay. My name is Zie. I'm a sophomore from the acting department of the drama school. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, the girl first quickly introduced herself briefly and then asked, Director Greenberg, I'm also a fan of yours. I have seen all your works and I also like all your works. But recently, I have always had a question. Why do your works in the past 2 years feel more and more commercial and artistic? In fact, when the girl raised her hand, Wayne had already recognized her. This girl who was dubbed international still looked very immature, at least her face was still very immature. The reason why he first pointed out this girl was purely out of bad taste. Not only this girl who claimed to be international, but also many familiar faces were seen in this small auditorium. There were big stars who would be active on the screen in the future, and directors who stood behind the scenes. The most conspicuous were several boys and girls who were crowded together. These people later made their class known as the 96-star class by the media. It's okay, I know what you mean. Wayne stretched out his arm and pressed down, indicating that the girl could sit down. There was a smile on his face, and he was not angry at all, because of the sharp questions raised by the girl. I don't want to talk about high-sounding topics such as art. Perhaps many students and teachers here have always regarded film as the 8th art in the world, but for me, it is not entirely true. The moment he said this, the scene immediately rang with a buzzing low discussion. No one could have thought that an art director recognized by the Oscars in the world would suddenly say this. Pay attention, I'm going to start bragging now. Students who disagree with my point of view, just treat it as my bragging. Wayne shrugged at everyone. Ha ha ha. F***K, this guy even knows how to brag? When the noise in the auditorium died down a little, he tilted his head and continued in Beijing dialect into the microphone. Happy Death Day grossed over $70 million in North America and $110 million worldwide. Get Out grossed $176 million in North America and $255 million worldwide. Joker grossed $335 million in North America and $1.074 billion worldwide. It grossed $328 million in North America and $701 million worldwide. Batman Begins, which brought the DC movie universe to the public, The Departed, which won me an Oscar, and The Dark Knight, which will be released here on a large scale in 2 days. As he counted on his fingers and recklessly counted his works over the years on the stage, the audience fell into silence and shock. Everyone knew more or less how successful the man on the stage was, but when his works over the years were listed one by one, the horrific box office results still shocked everyone. The box office figures were beyond anyone's imagination. The scary thing was that this young man named Wayne Greenberg was less than 30 years old, and the mainstream perception of him among the media, audiences, and even the film industry was that he was an art house master who was good at shooting dark style movies. Around the world, the evaluation of my work is very different. Wayne ignored the shocked looks of the crowd and continued to walk around the stage in a relaxed and natural tone. An authoritative film media has summarized that my films have plots and themes that are based on absurd and unrestrained real-life problems, with protagonists who are both good and evil, boldly exposing and discussing problems in corners of society, and the indispensable dark and twisted story core, and always like to use death or destruction to draw the ending. All of these are correct, but there are also European entertainment media and film colleagues who, whenever my films are released, will say that I'm using dark and large-scale scenes to attract attention, and using violent scenes to constantly sharpen the nerves of fans around the world. After bragging so much, I just want to tell you not to focus on the art in the film. If I do that, I will never be sought after by so many fans, and I will never get such high box office results. When I graduated from the film and video department in Southern California, my mentor, Professor Anderson Horowitz, gave me a piece of advice. That is, when it comes to movies, the first thing to consider is always the audience. So, for me personally, movies are first and foremost mass entertainment. They originated from the revolving lantern and are essentially entertainment for the common people. What we need to do is always to make most ordinary people understand them, and then consider adding the director's own artistic ideas. Of course, these are just some of my personal ideas, and I hope they can be of some help to you. A warm applause rang out, and regardless of whether they agreed with the idea or not, the media reporters, teachers, and students at the scene all clapped their hands. In fact, his rhetoric has already diverged from the mainstream ideas here. This is a campus full of artistic atmosphere, and there are countless young people who are full of pursuit of art. So, when the applause just ended, a young man stood up from his seat without waiting for him to continue calling out names, and shouted loudly, "Director Greenberg, what about art? Film is the 8th largest art in the world, and this is recognized by the world. If we only try to please the audience, won't art disappear completely?" Obviously, the behavior of this old-looking boy with small eyes made some teachers and leaders sitting in the front row nervous. Some of them wanted to wave their hands to call security, and some looked at the man on the stage nervously. You are right. So, I have just said in advance, if you don't agree with my point of view, just treat it as my bragging. Unlike what everyone imagined, Wayne was not angry because someone disrupted the rules. Instead, he tilted his head and spread his hands, and the smile on his face did not diminish at all. Painting, this is definitely art in everyone's eyes, right? Any painting by a famous artist can be sold for tens of millions, but please note that since decades ago, Mona Lisa has been put into the printer and started to be copied and sold crazily. Often such paintings only cost a few dollars, while painting has always been one of the most important of the 8 major arts in the world. Let's talk about movies. Even the most ordinary feature film has at least more than 1,000 scenes in a whole show, but you only need a ticket to watch it. Whether you admit it or not, for ordinary people, movies are one of the cheap and ordinary forms of entertainment. But this does not prevent some art films from always having an audience. My main point is that you should first consider the audience of your work, and then consider the so-called humanistic feelings and other artistic discussions. Otherwise, what is the use of a work that no one is willing to sit down and watch, no matter how high the artistic content is? Wayne knew that these words had no effect on those who were clinging to the so-called art. For example, the boy with small eyes who asked the question just now, the other party's art film was considered famous, but almost none of them were shown in theaters on a large scale. To some extent, this is not a kind of sadness. I thought he was different, but he's still Hollywood at heart. A middle-aged teacher in the audience frowned and muttered, "That's the way it is." Some people's ideas are deeply rooted, but there are also many young people who, after hearing these words, have a thoughtful look in their eyes, and are obviously affected. Chapter 596. Don't remember this part. Director Greenberg, what is the difference between the Hollywood movie model and ours? Can you talk about this? After the old-looking boy with small eyes sat down, Wayne casually pointed to a boy in the front row who raised his hand again. This question was quite normal, but this kind of normal question was the most difficult to answer. Once he said something wrong, it was very likely that all the goodwill he had gained today would disappear. There were not only students and teachers in the school, but also media reporters and photographers in the audience. Everyone knew that every word he said here today would be reported word for word later. It was okay to talk about his views on movies. Even if it caused some controversy, it would at most be a discussion on the cognition of movies. But serious topics can easily cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Therefore, Wayne thought carefully for a while before speaking. Although I'm very interested in the culture here, I don't know much about the film industry, so I can only talk about Hollywood. You can compare the differences between them. First of all, it's the production model of the movie. He automatically blocked the sensitive aspects and said that he would only talk about the Hollywood model. In Hollywood, a movie may come from an idea of a producer, or it may come from the hard work of screenwriters for several years. In the past 2 years, more movies have come from adaptations of literary works and comics. No matter what the script is, a producer is usually needed. He will do a profound market survey based on the script or idea in hand, and then make a project plan with detailed data, high feasibility, and strict market planning based on the market survey. The producer will take the project plan and finally go to the film company to attract investment. If the project plan passes the review of the film company, the producer will jointly set up a production office with the film company. There will be a production manager in this office, and he is the one who uses the investment of the film company to recruit behind the scenes workers. Of course, this position will most likely be held by the producer who provides the project. The latter is to recruit behind the scenes workers, that is, those directors, cameramen, crew coordinators, etc. And then these people will start the preparations before the filming of the film under the leadership of the producer, including recruiting actors, making movie props, special effects, and building a studio. When the preparations are completed, it is the director's turn to organize the filming. It should be noted that in most Hollywood movie models, although the director presides over the filming of the footage, he does not have the right to decide which footage to use, which involves post-production work. Usually, post-production work is carried out under the auspices of the producer, and most directors are excluded from this work, because the project was initiated by the producer, and he is also the one who knows the film's effects and market demand best. When the post-production work is completed, the film's distribution work begins, such as entering the theater, or directly distributing videotapes. What Wayne said is common sense, and some people in the auditorium have heard of it more or less, but although the exchanges between the two sides of the Pacific are relatively frequent, these common sense things are still unfamiliar to most students. What surprised most people most was undoubtedly the crew's restriction on the director's rights, and what was even more unexpected was that the director was actually excluded from the post-production work. Okay, I'm only talking about the most common and basic process for the birth of a film. After Wayne briefly narrated the entire process, the expression on his face began to become serious. Looking at the countless eyes looking at him from the audience, he stretched out a finger and said, "It's good for everyone to have a basic concept of this process. Except for those very few independent films, most Hollywood films are born based on this model. As for the differences you want to know, I can only give you some data for your reference. First, the issue of project production funds. I can't remember the specific data, but as far as the films released in the summer of this year are concerned, the production funds of each Hollywood movie are definitely more than $60 million on average. The high production costs also put a lot of pressure on film companies, so they will be cautious with every movie that may be officially filmed. Having said that, regardless of the people in the audience who opened their mouths in surprise, he stretched out a finger to the audience again. Second, the issue of technology. I prefer to call it the film industry. When Wayne started talking about this topic, the reporters in the audience all took out their pencils and began to write frantically in their notebooks. These things were very valuable to them. This nation was never afraid of falling behind. They needed to clearly see the gap between the two sides and then use strong execution to catch up with the other side. If I want to shoot a science fiction movie, the first thing that comes to my mind is to contact Industrial Light and Magic, which is the top special effects company in the circle. Basically, as long as the crew can pay, they can create a dream world for you, and this is part of the so-called film industry. Of course, the film industry involves all aspects, but no matter which aspect, there is rigorous technology behind it to promote development. Behind the rapid development of the film industry is technology, which should apply to the film market of any country. Third, this is the most important point in my opinion, the issue of talent. At this point, Wayne paused deliberately, raised his hand, and pointed at everyone in the venue, and shrugged. Perhaps some of you will have the opportunity to join this circle in the future. Hollywood is looking for talent such as Best Director and Best Actor all over the world. With the continuous influx of these talents, they have brought a steady stream of ideas and formed a strong alliance, just like my film Batman Begins, which has a large number of Hong Kong talents to provide help, and the action director team of this Batman, The Dark Knight, is also active in their figures. I will only say so much. If you want to talk about this issue, you can't finish it, even if you sit down and talk for a day and a night. These are all based on my personal understanding and feelings. I hope it can be helpful to the students. At the beginning, there was a sparse applause at the scene, and then it gradually became warmer. Many people felt that the things said by the man on the stage were from the heart and objectively existed. There was no fraud in it. This guy should not be lying. He is simply a China expert. These things are very useful to us. At least let us see clearly where the distance is. A media reporter applauded and sighed to his colleagues around him. Do you think it's possible to invite him for an interview? A reporter next to him looked at what he had recorded and whispered to his colleague who had just spoken. It's difficult. Don't be fooled by his approachable appearance now. A reporter on the other side turned his head and whispered, I used to be in charge of overseas news, and I know a little about this Hollywood director. He is not an easy person to approach, and there are also many debates about him in the North American media. Behind this sunny and tough face, there is a capitalist with a conservative estimate of more than $10 billion US. It is said that his private life is very chaotic, and sleeping with female stars is like having sex every night. His words caused a few people around him to look at him sideways, but they thought it was right. How could a wealthy man with a net worth of more than $10 billion US be as harmless and approachable as he seemed? Thinking about the rumors in the North American entertainment industry, they believed at least 90% of what their colleagues said. Okay, due to time constraints, we will invite one student to ask a question last. On the stage, Wayne saw Nina pointing at her watch, nodded slightly, and said to the microphone, the girl in the middle of the fourth row, yes, the one with a ponytail. The girl was suddenly called, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She just raised her hand with everyone else, and when she stood up, she realized that she didn't know what to ask, but this opportunity was obviously very rare. She instantly put aside all hesitation and asked into the microphone, Director Greenberg, as a top Hollywood director, I believe you have also made a lot of money and fame from it. In this process, how did you maintain your pursuit and continue to create more excellent works? TSKR. Hearing this question, many people at the scene sighed softly together. What a good opportunity, but such a question was asked. Because I clearly know that the fame, fortune, women, big houses, luxury cars, and respected status in the circle all come from the successful movies I have made. So, from another perspective, fame and fortune have been spurring me on. If I don't want to lose everything it brings, I must continue to succeed. For this question, Wayne did not hide anything, and directly spoke out the purest thoughts in his heart. Maybe because of the internet, there is not much news about him now, but with his trip to the East overseas information will spread here sooner or later. There is never a lack of controversy about women and rights in the news about him, especially those entertainment media, who can even make up a touching restricted story about him and each woman. Just like this, a person with a chaotic private life and never lacking in various arguments now pretends to be sanctimonious and gives a hypocritical answer, which is no different from having a mentally retarded aura. So he chooses to tell the truth. But the truth is usually the most unpleasant thing to hear. As soon as he finished his answer, various whispered discussions appeared again on the scene, and many people's impression of him was greatly reduced. Especially the reporters. The leaders' eyes immediately changed, and they sternly told the reporters around them, don't write this paragraph. This kind of value is definitely not suitable for the media, and the reporters are also aware that, even if they write this answer into a manuscript, no platform will publish it. The event of Beijing Film Academy lasted for about 2 hours and ended. Most of the students began to line up and leave in an orderly manner when the host announced the end, but there was a special girl among them. She never took her eyes off the man on the stage and sat there motionless. Chapter 597. I make a living by my skills. After the event, Wayne went back to his seat on the side of the stage. Bernard Thompson, the manager of the Warner Brothers branch, immediately led several employees to stop the media who wanted to interview him, and whispered that they had no interview arrangements today. At this time, some reporters recalled the words of the overseas colleague and felt that they were deeply convinced. Wayne, who had just smiled gently at his classmates, now seemed to have not seen them. He was whispering to his assistant and directly ignored the team of dozens of reporters. This man is indeed not as easy to approach as he seems to be. In other words, his attitude towards the media is completely different from that of domestic performing artists. Several school leaders and teachers were also blocked. Wayne did not nod at this point. When he should show arrogance appropriately, he behaved no worse than those celebrities in the circle. The reason why he was unwilling to communicate with these administrative workers was that he was afraid of embarrassing situations for both parties. It would be better not to have any intersection. Go ahead, he'll be gone soon. Below the stage, a girl with a slight northeastern accent raised her elbow and poked another girl next to her, reminding in a slightly anxious whisper, "Zee, this is the best opportunity. At any other time, you won't have the chance to get close to this foreigner. Zinyu, look at those reporters and school leaders." The sophomore girl from the drama academy hesitated for a moment, pointed at the people who were blocked, shook her head slightly, and responded in a low voice, "These people have been blocked. It seems there is no chance." "How do you know, if you don't try?" The girl named Zinyu's tone was quite iron-willed. She poked her companion again and said hurriedly, "Don't forget the news we got. Go, remember, don't show off your oriental beauty like a little girl." Hearing the reminder, Ziyi frowned slightly. They didn't come here this time like the surrounding students, who knew nothing about the man on the stage. The girl named Zinyu had a strong relationship and got a lot of news and information from North America in advance. Whenever she thought of the media reviews of Wayne Greenberg in North America and compared it with the performance of this man on the stage just now, she was unwilling to believe the contrast between the two. The man on the stage in front of her was humorous when he gave a speech, especially his jaw-dropping Beijing dialect, which shortened the distance between him and the crowd and gave everyone the feeling of being down to earth. But the newspapers and magazines that her bestie brought showed that this man was a popular lover among all the girls in North America, and what was even more outrageous was that his private life was said to be very chaotic. "I'll try my luck." The girl gritted her teeth secretly, and the hesitation in her eyes was swept away. She whispered to her bestie beside her, "If it works, you go back by yourself. If not, then you wait for me to go together." After saying that, without waiting for her companions to agree, she stood up and walked around the side of the stage, walking towards the direction of the crowd that had already dispersed. During the short journey, she checked whether her dress was appropriate several times. "Let's go. I'll take you out for a walk this afternoon. We'll fly tomorrow." Seeing the crowd disperse, Bernard Thompson from Warner Brothers turned around and shrugged at Wayne and the other two, talking about the next schedule. "Excuse me, classmate, Mr. Greenberg needs to rest." Just as he was halfway through, the voice of his staff came from behind him, and several people looked up at the same time. Bernard Thompson still remembered this girl, who had just asked a question under the stage. "Let her come over." No one expected that. Wayne waved to the staff who were blocking him, indicating that they didn't need to stop him. "That's not all." He tilted his head slightly, took a few steps towards the girl, and smiled again. "I remember you, classmate." Bernard Thompson had a question mark on his face. Didn't they agree not to contact anyone except for activities? But thinking of the reputation of this big boss in the circle, who could be regarded as his boss, he immediately shrugged and stood still. "Big guy, wanna bet something?" Who would have thought that Nina, who had always been as bright as a little girl, didn't care about Bernard Thompson beside her at all. She raised her hand and patted the bear-like bodyguard beside her, with a clear teasing tone. "I bet this girl must have found the password to take the shortcut." Seeing his boss and the girl chatting happily, Serge's big head fluttered left and right a few times, sat on the chair without moving, and said in a low voice, "Damn it, Nina, don't try to cheat me of anything again. I won't bet with you anything again. Hey, my job is to ensure the safety of the boss. I don't care which woman he rolls with tonight. You want to bet with me, unless..." "What?" The assistant turned her head curiously and looked at the usually taciturn Russian bear with a curious look on her face. "Unless what?" "Unless you can climb into the boss bed one day." Sergey stretched out his big hand, took out his wallet from his pocket without hesitation, and put it on the table. With an extremely obscene smile on his face, he raised his eyebrows to the assistant girl beside him and whispered, "At that time, there is no need to gamble. As long as you want, I can give it to you directly. MO**RF**KER. Hearing Serge's ridicule, Nina changed her face very rarely. Not only did she swear, but she also raised her foot and stomped on the big leather shoes of the Russian bear. "I make a living by my own ability. I don't need to take shortcuts. F***KU. I don't need to have sex with anyone, you rude bear. Even if you want to, the boss may not be interested." Although Sergey was gasping for breath due to the pain in his big toe, he was obviously unwilling to let go of this opportunity to bully the assistant. Looking at the woman's frustrated look, he injured the pain in his big toe, looked the woman in front of him from top to bottom with an unchanged expression, and said with a chuckle, "TSK TSK TSK TSK, let alone the boss, even other men may not be interested in you. Ouch. F asterisk asterisk K. My feet. Damn it. Ouch." Nina's expression did not change at all. Instead, she seemed to have regained her calm. As she pushed her glasses habitually, she stomped on the top of her big leather shoes with all her strength twice. The Russian bear had obviously violated a well-known taboo. Even if a woman's figure and face were ordinary, it was best not to ridicule a woman's appearance just because they were familiar with each other. This behavior would undoubtedly seriously challenge the woman's bottom line. "What's wrong?" Sergey's low roar attracted the attention of Wayne and the girl a few steps away. He turned his head in confusion and looked at the two people behind him. "It's okay, I'm fine, boss, I'm very good now." Sergey shook his head violently with a guilty conscience, looking at his boss and constantly indicating that he was fine. At the same time, he cast a pleading look at the assistant lady, suggesting that she must not say anything nonsense. He knew better than anyone that this woman dared to say anything to the boss. Shaking his head helplessly, Wayne's mouth twitched, and he turned around and looked at the girl in front of him again. Now he was very sure that this woman's acting skills were absolutely natural. Through a few words of communication, the other party had already shown the correct way to open the little white flower. "Then it's settled. I'll treat you to lunch. In exchange, you'll take me out for a walk." "Of course, no problem." Facing the man's invitation, the girl showed a unique smile on her face, and her big eyes were full of innocence. "By the way, there's one more very important thing, Wayne. Can you sign an autograph for me first? Please, you know, I'm your die-hard fan." "Well, of course, no problem. Let's find a place to eat first." Regardless of whether his heart was full of bad taste, Wayne's face didn't show any of it. He made a very gentlemanly invitation gesture and stretched out his right hand. "Wow, my pleasure." No one expected that the girl would cooperate very well and put her hand on Wayne's hand, allowing the man to lead her to walk out of the auditorium. Looking at the men and women in front of them who were walking and whispering in Chinese about the city, Nina shrugged, and Sergey followed closely and shrugged. The two looked at Bernard Thompson together. The manager of the Warner Brothers branch also shrugged subconsciously, and when he reacted, a helpless bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finding that several company employees were looking at him, he spread his hands as he walked and whispered, "Not only do the big shots have strange tempers, but the staff around them also have different tempers, right? HMM." The whole process in the auditorium was not only seen by the girl's best friends in IU, but also by some teachers and classmates who had not yet left and helped. Even several media staff looked at each other secretly, and they also understood what was going on in their hearts, but everyone chose to remain silent. No one was willing to talk about it now. After a simple lunch at the Beijing hotel where they lived, the distance between Wayne and this smart girl seemed to have shortened a lot. After lunch, several people walked out of the hotel under the guidance of the girl and began to tour this ancient capital of the Six Dynasties. The capital before the turn of the century was far from as big as Wayne remembered. There was no Fifth Ring Road, no Sixth Ring Road, and even the Fourth Ring Road seemed to have just started construction. It is said that the largest residential area in Asia 20 years later has not yet started construction, and the subway is also only simple number 1 and number 2. Far from being as well connected as he remembered. Along the way, although the girl tried her best to explain various seemingly plausible allusions, Wayne was always silent and looked at everything in front of him, constantly comparing it with the scenes in his memory. As the most praised city in this land, the biggest impression it gave Nina and Sergey was that there were many people. No matter where they went, there was always a lack of warm smiles from all kinds of people. Although people looked at them strangely, even the Russian bear could clearly feel the kindness. Chapter 598. The movie made by this foreigner is also evil. This is a quiet place in a bustling city. It can be regarded as one of the oldest residential areas. How hey. Wayne didn't say much along the way, but when he asked the driver to drive to the north side of the west district of the city, he whispered softly as the girl racked her brains to explain. The The woman turned her head curiously, looked at the calm man beside her, and asked curiously, "Do you know this place?" Nodding silently, Wayne patted the front seat, waited for the car to stop, opened the door and walked out, with a loneliness in his eyes that no one could understand. Sanhay is the general name of this area. It includes the 3 artificial lakes of Kyanhay, Hauhey and Zahay. This Zahay has a more resounding nickname, Jishutan. Its approximate location is along the north of Bihei Park, with Gilao West Street to the west of the vicinity of Zajikau. This large area is actually only about 3 kilometers, and it is basically quaint squares and courtyards surrounding these 3 artificial lakes. As far as the eye can see, the adults living nearby are holding palm leaf fans to cool off. Now that the season of spring flowers has passed, the weather is the hottest season. In the distance, a few children are swimming and playing in the clear lake water in groups of 3 or 5. The water here flows all year round, so people can be seen fishing in the shade by the lake. Nowadays, there is neither a bus street nor a popular tourist area here, so everything on display tells outsiders that the pace of life here is much slower than other places. The afternoon sun is very strong. Wayne walked slowly along Hauhey with a group of people in silence. The people who are cooling off looked at this strange group and cast their eyes, as if they were watching a foreign scene. Every blade of grass and every tree here seemed to evoke the deepest childhood memories in his mind. Sitting on a bench under the shade of a tree, looking at the familiar cruise ship dock across the lake, his eyes changed from being unable to focus just now to a purposeful scan. This place is full of life, and the rhythm is very different from that of this city. Nina looked at her boss and broke the silence. "Let's go." Shaking his head, Wayne looked at the small courtyard across the road behind him, and the pomegranate tree sticking out of the wall with a very obscure look, when he stood up. At the same time, he let out a long sigh in his heart, and walked towards the direction of the car with his head down. After the car left the range of Hauhey, he seemed to have suddenly let go of some fantasy in his heart. When the car stopped again, they walked and chatted in a low voice. Occasionally, Nina would greet the people who smiled at her with a stuttering hello. Go up to the White Pagoda, pass the East Gate, go straight to Jingshan, and finally face the old palace that the girl tried hard to introduce. Wayne smiled and shook his head, turned around and led the way into the front door main store. It was not until dark that the group got on the car and returned to the Jingcheng Hotel. From some of the information I have learned, there have always been hidden rules for actresses in Hollywood. Is it true? After an afternoon of contact, the woman's questions became more and more direct. When the car stopped at the hotel, she accepted the invitation to continue chatting without hesitation. In the living room of the hotel suite, Wayne handed the girl a glass of red wine, tilted his head to look at her up and down again, smiled and shook his head, stretched out a finger and shook it in front of the girl. In North America, there has never been such a thing as unspoken rules. Before the woman could ask questions, he sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and continued with a puff of green smoke, because in Hollywood, these things have been directly put on the surface for decades. I think you should have heard of the red sofa and other interesting things. It can only be said that the information circulation is not as fast as it will be in the future. In just a few years, this information will be flooded on the internet. There are more than one Hollywood star who has publicly talked about the red sofa and other interesting things. In Hollywood, all entertainment industries related to film and television are, without exception, a patriarchal society. Whether it is the executives of film companies or the main persons in charge of the crew, more than 90% are men. However, handsome men and beautiful women from the entire Western world are constantly rushing to Los Angeles to pursue the so-called dream of fame and fortune, which creates a competitiveness that cannot be compared with any other entertainment industry in the world. When you have to fight openly and secretly with dozens of people for a small supporting role with only 1 or 2 lines, some things that originally existed in the dark will be made public by everyone. These things are objectively existing, and Wayne has no need to hide them. In his eyes, the Hollywood circle has never been a world film center that needs to be packaged with art. Instead, he prefers to be called a toilet where all the ruthless people who are seeking fame and fortune are constantly rolling. In his memory, the woman next to him is definitely one of these ruthless people. This woman is not lacking in brains, does not care about the eyes of outsiders, and is not lacking in ruthlessness. Have you ever used similar methods? The woman swallowed her saliva, raised her wine glass, and looked at the man with squinting eyes and asked, I mean, have you ever used methods like the red sofa? Looking at the big eyes close at hand, Wayne directly ignored the innocence and curiosity in them. He never believed in these superb performances, and drank the wine glass in one gulp. I never need to use that kind of means. His words were easy to understand. The woman glanced at Nina, who was looking down at a magazine by the window, and her eyes rolled around. As if she had made up her mind, she licked her lips with her tongue, stared into the man's eyes and asked, do you think I have the talent to act in Hollywood? As she spoke, she put down her wine glass, stood up from the sofa, and looked at the man with a hint of provocation in her eyes that all adults understand. Compared with the North American girls that Wayne often comes into contact with, this woman's figure is not explosive, and it can only be said that she is convex in front and curvy in the back. But from her face to her figure, this woman reveals a kind of oriental softness. What's more rare is that this face is absolutely beautiful even from a Western aesthetic point of view. Different from the mainstream aesthetic ovations in Hollywood and the modeling industry, her glasses are neither long and thin, nor does she have a large collapsed nose. Everything seems to be just right. Hey, girl, I have to tell you. Wayne crossed his legs, took a long puff of cigarette, leaned on the sofa, and looked at the woman, shrugged and said, you have very good looks, but no one can guarantee that you will still look good when photographed by the camera. Add to that the differences brought about by cultural differences and the unknown performance level of an actor, so I can't judge. Ziyu's heart had already calmed down, but seeing the man's unmoved eyes and his lazy attitude, she almost gave up her plan and turned around to leave this suite. That made her feel humiliated. Wasn't my hint clear enough? The woman gritted her teeth hard, trying to keep her chest and head up, showing her best curves, and lowered her head slightly to look into the man's eyes again. Like you said, at least the appearance meets your requirements, right? As for the basic performance level as an actor, I think you can check it yourself. The woman's voice was not small. In addition to this scene, Nina glanced at her and curled her lips, closed the magazine, and stretched out her hands behind the woman to make a reassuring gesture to her boss, stood up and walked towards her room, ignoring the special audition in the living room. Although the time was short, she had already been investigated by Bernard Thompson of Warner Brothers. This woman is an adult. At least from a legal perspective, there is no legal risk because of your consent. This is also the main reason why she made that gesture. Wayne saw the assistant's gesture, tilted his head and cast his eyes on the woman in front of him, thinking in his mind whether to hold a special audition. He understood better than anyone that this woman was definitely not simple, and he knew even more how deep her fate with Warner Brothers was. Smart woman, you have won the qualification for this interview. The night in Beijing passed by in a flash. The next morning, when Bernard Thompson and the entourage of China Film accompanied Wayne on the way to the airport, everyone noticed that there was an extra woman in the team. This woman yawned in the eyes of everyone and got into a car with the director from Hollywood. Although the Chungchang International Film Festival of this year claims to be an international film festival, it is the least noticeable one among the 3 major film festivals in this land. However, with the appearance of a special guest and a special premiere film, the attention of all filmmakers in this land has been focused on the northernmost city. Wayne Greenberg is a strange name in most movie fans. If it were not for the news bombarded in the media in the past 2 days, most ordinary people would not be interested in this name, but this name has always had a unique meaning in the film industry. A red carpet was rolled out in front of the Changying cinema. On one side, there were hundreds of reporters, and on the other side, there were some fans. There were not many people, but the atmosphere was very good. Here we are. Suddenly, the flashlights in the media area suddenly lit up violently, piercing the eyes of the onlookers. Wayne, wearing a dark suit, walked neatly on the red carpet alone. It was still his red carpet style. There was no intention of pausing, except for occasionally waving to fans and media reporters. He walked the red carpet in a relatively short time. The movie this guy made is really awesome. I took a leave of absence this time, just to watch the new Batman. Among the onlookers, a man in his 40s wearing glasses was talking loudly to a fan he just met. Who said he wasn't? The man who was talking looked no more than 30 years old, and his accent made him a local. You have to say that the movies made by foreigners are also evil. My friend, have you seen the movie Joker? I think that movie is the most evil. It can make people fall into it unconsciously. Every time I watch it, I have to think about it for several days. What can I say? Chapter 599, a special tribute. As a rare heavyweight guest in this international film festival, Wayne's attendance is indeed a precedent. Not to mention the most inconspicuous Chungcheong Film Festival among the 3 major domestic film festivals. In fact, even the Shanghai International Film Festival, which is the only one recognized by the International Producers Association, has never had an international filmmaker of his weight come. Naturally, in addition to the opening ceremony at the stadium, the premiere of Batman: The Dark Knight has become the most eye-catching focus of this film festival. Whether it is the media or the organizer, or the higher-level China film, they all hope to make the film festival more eye-catching through this special movie premiere and this special guest. So when Wayne walked through the carefully prepared red carpet with a relatively fast pace and came to the media interview area in front of the Changying cinema, something suddenly happened, which immediately attracted the attention of the media reporters, fans, and himself. What is that? The fan who just talked about the movie Joker opened his mouth involuntarily and raised his hand to pat the brother next to him. Brother, what the hell are you doing? Airplanes. The middle-aged man with glasses looked up and slowly opened his mouth. The scene in the sky made him feel like he was dreaming. Everyone looked up, staring at the sky with their eyes wide open, and kept exclaiming in disbelief. The media reporters almost all pointed their cameras at the sky above the theater, and the flashlights began to flash wildly. Just as the sky was about to turn dark, 7 planes were divided into 2 teams and flew over at a relatively low altitude under the gaze of everyone. This was not the reason for people's surprise. What made everyone stunned was that the fighter jets divided into 2 teams had 2 black smoke screens at their tails, leaving 2 large and clear letters in the air, DC. The process of the fighter jet formation flying over was very short, but everyone knew what it meant. Whether it was the guests waiting to walk the red carpet, the fans watching the excitement on the side of the red carpet, or the hundreds of media reporters, all eyes on the scene, were almost uniformly cast on the man standing in the media interview area. This is the highest courtesy given to you by the organizer. Just as Wayne lowered his head with a look of surprise in his eyes, Bernard Thompson of Warner Brothers quietly squeezed into the media interview area and stood behind him and whispered, "This is a surprise left by the organizer for you, Wayne. Before you, no filmmaker in this land has ever had this treatment. It's such a surprise." Before the media reporters started the interview, he sighed to Bernard Thompson behind him with a smile on his face. "Wayne, you may not understand the meaning of this." Bernard Thompson glanced at the reporters who were about to surround him and explained at a significantly faster speed. "Those fighters are the pride of countless military fans in this country. Although they are only a performance formation, they represent a deep meaning. Forget it. You just need to understand that the respect the organizer has for you is unprecedented. That's enough." After saying that, without waiting for his reaction, he lowered his head and squeezed out of the media interview area. In fact, when the organizer of the Chungcheong Film Festival informed him of the surprise prepared this time, as a China expert, he certainly understood the significance of it. Although it was just a performance formation and the stay time was not long, the 2 letters DC that appeared in the air were of great significance. Paying tribute to a film director in this way has never happened in this land. As soon as the manager of the Warner Brothers branch went out, more than 20 reporters immediately surrounded him. The sudden tribute to the director in the sky made many reporters feel dizzy now. That was a real fighter jet. I'm afraid no one in this land would feel it more deeply than them. Director Greenberg, I heard that you used Chinese throughout the activities of the Film Academy. Do you mind if we communicate in Chinese? A middle-aged reporter in a suit took the lead in raising the microphone in front of him. Of course. After secretly glancing at the work ID with TV on the reporter's chest, Wayne's face straightened, and his whole spirit was lifted. He knew the significance of this top media here. Another thing that impressed him was that these media reporters were very orderly. Compared with their counterparts in North America who were full of crazy attributes, they always kept a polite smile, which also destined this short interview to be conducted in a comfortable atmosphere. Just as the legend says, your Chinese is unbelievable. When the reporter heard that he spoke in fluent Chinese, his eyes lit up. He first complimented him and then continued, "We all saw the scene just now. Director Greenberg, did you know that the organizer would welcome you in such a special way? How do you feel now?" "I have to say, this is really a surprise. It's really special." Wayne shrugged at everyone, and his face showed shock appropriately. "Seeing these touching arrangements, I'm very excited. I'm very grateful to the organizers. You know, I'm so happy now that I can't describe it." His answer caused a burst of good-natured laughter from the reporters on the scene. Everyone knew that he would not stay for too long. Another reporter immediately asked, "Director Greenberg, can you talk about your feelings about this trip to the East?" These questions actually had nothing to do with the movie, but compared to the interviews he had received over the years, Wayne suddenly felt that this group of reporters was too gentle, and they had no intention of making things difficult for him. He paused for a moment, smiling, and after a little thought, he answered, "I've been taking Chinese since college, and I love Chinese food. I'm fascinated by the culture. The first thing I did after coming here was to eat an authentic roast duck, so the first thing I felt was the charm of food." He certainly knew what these people liked to hear and what to say to make them feel proud. In this day and age, a brown-haired white-skinned foreigner who speaks fluent Beijing dialect and talks about food all the time is still very shocking to ordinary people. Of course, I just came here. In addition to the authentic food, the biggest feeling is your enthusiasm for treating friends. Everyone has seen the scene just now. I love this land. After the work is over, I plan to take this opportunity to take a good look and learn more about the culture here. The interview here is still going on. Wayne is talking to the reporters with a smile. He saw the camera behind the reporters, so even though most of the questions have nothing to do with the movie, he still patiently said the polite words that everyone loves to hear. Not far from the media interview area, 3 men stood by the window of the theater, also watching Wayne being interviewed. Although the atmosphere at the scene was quite lively, if you listened carefully, you could also hear the communication between him and the reporter. This foreigner knows us very well. The tall and strong Jiang Ziadjan looked at the media interview area and whispered to his companions, "I'm afraid this movie is just the beginning. If more and more Hollywood movies come in, you should worry less." Wang Xiaoshui shook his head, raised his arm to poke Jiang Ziadjan, stretched his neck, and pointed to the theater behind him. I just looked carefully. The theater was full of audiences before the movie started. You can't stop those who are supposed to come, and you can't invite those who don't want to come. The audience was very enthusiastic about the premiere of the new movie. Compared with local filmmakers who were worried about being impacted by Hollywood movies, the audience completely regarded this as a grand event. Wayne Greenberg has never only made movies. Leo Mauzi, who had been silent, knew much more than the 2 companions around him. He knows how to grasp the market. Do you think his black-style movie will be popular here? Jiang Ziadjan and Wang Xiaoshui looked at each other and shook their heads. I hope not, otherwise, this guy will keep coming here to make money. In the media interview area, the interview was also coming to an end. Wayne deliberately talked to the camera and the microphones of various media with a smile on his face. The Dark Knight is my first film to be screened here. I hope it can bring a different viewing experience to the fans. This film has already created a box office of nearly $1.2 billion worldwide, which shows that the audiences in most countries and regions have a good feeling about the film I directed this time. This film has the highest box office in my career as a director. When Warner Brothers and I discussed the idea of a large-scale screening here, I also felt that the timing was very good. I was able to bring the best to the audience here for the first time. Now, I just pray that this film can also be recognized by the fans of this land. Thank you. His relatively humble attitude received a round of applause from the reporters on the scene. Wayne smiled and bowed slightly to all the reporters, raised his arm, and made a goodbye gesture, and then left the interview area to join Nina and others who were waiting, and walked towards the theater door. After a series of processes such as taking pictures and interviews, it was not too early. As he walked into the theater, he whispered, "What's the situation inside?" "It's full," Nina answered in a low voice, glancing at the woman who was sticking to her boss, and there was obvious hesitation on her face. "What's wrong?" Wayne asked curiously. Everything went smoothly during the trip to the east. Given the high standard of treatment provided by the organizer, there shouldn't be any accidents. "Something happened in North America," the assistant muttered softly in English, then glanced at Bernard Thompson and the girl next to the boss, shook her head slightly and didn't continue. "Let's focus on the premiere first. Chapter 600. There can't be many movies like this." When he saw the assistant shake her head slightly, Wayne did not continue to ask. No matter what news came from North America, he had to be busy with the premiere in front of him first. In addition, the tacit understanding that the two had cultivated over the years made him know that, if Nina did not say it directly, it meant that it was not very convenient. Compared with the normal movie premieres in North America, the process this time was much simpler. In addition, only Wayne and the main creator of the Batman, The Dark Knight crew came, so some small activities before the movie screening were omitted. Under the introduction of Bernard Thompson, they simply greeted the guest leaders sitting in the front row, and they sat directly in the middle. Wayne deliberately looked back. Because the lights were not turned off, he could clearly observe that the thousands of seats in the back were almost full, and some media representatives and fans were still filling the few remaining seats. Not long after, at 7:30 in the evening, the lights in the theater went out one by one, and the various discussions and chats gradually became smaller. The eyes of more than 1,000 people, without exception, were all cast on the big screen. Boom. The film's opening flashed by, accompanied by a low background music. The first frame of the film's opening, combined with the background music, shocked everyone. On the bustling streets of Gotham City, the back of a man with a backpack slowly appeared on the big screen from far to near, and the last stop was the clown mask in the man's hand. Ding! The background music became more urgent, and two men wearing the same clown mask began to rappel from the building. A bird's eye view shot fully showed the whole process of the two men's rappelling. Below was a thrilling road with cars coming and going. The two men were suspended in the air and went straight forward. The thrilling and special lens performance made the theater fall into silence in the first second of the film. No one made any sound, and everyone was concentrating on watching the movie. "All three are here, let's do it." The camera switched back to the taxi. The same three men wearing clown masks kept talking through mysterious lines, telling the audience that a robbery would happen next. The camera keeps switching between taxis, rooftops, and streets, and the frequent conversations keep reminding the audience that all this is because of a man called the Joker. Thanks to the fact that Wayne and Warner Brothers did not intend to make this film large scale at the beginning of filming, the first 5 minutes of the film did not deliberately show overly bloody scenes. Therefore, even if this film is released here, the opening 5-minute scene has not been cut out by the big scissors. A perfect beginning, in a way that everyone was amazed, was presented on the big screen. When the bank manager held a bomb in his mouth and only a puff of green smoke came out, this funny scene appeared, and this opening scene ended in an unexpected way. Absurd and unrestrained opening, an opening that reveals human nature, a wonderful opening, a shocking opening. Jiang Ziajin, who was sitting in the third row, exhaled, turned his head to look at his companions, and deliberately lowered his voice and sighed. "I always saw the media praising Wayne Greenberg before. Just a movie opening fully demonstrated his strong personal style label, and it was full of drama. This foreigner's lens performance technique is not an exaggeration to be called a master." Leo Mousy nodded, and his eyes turned from the big screen to the dark place in the middle of the front row, his eyes flashing with unspeakable emotions. "The opening is a bank robbery scene. I have to admit it is really wonderful." Turning his head to look at Jiang Ziajin and Wang Xiaoshui beside him, a low voice came out of his mouth. "Let's not talk about the beautiful camera movements, just the Joker." The opening scene shows the audience's weird, cruel, strategic, and absurd behavior. This character is too complicated. I guess that the overall tone of the whole movie is that gangsters eat gangsters. As a senior director, Leo Mousy guessed the whole tone of the movie after just watching the beginning. In fact, there is nothing to praise about this. He believes that other filmmakers can guess it more or less, but this anti-hero expression and the complexity of this character, that amazed everyone at the beginning, are destined not to be a pure commercial popcorn. TSK, 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 this character is so different. Hearing Leo Mouse's sigh, Wang Xiaoshui also shook his head and whispered, from the beginning, it is clearly told to the audience that the Joker is a representative of disorder, no principles, no bottom line, chaos, absurdity, unpredictability and other complex attributes. It is really bold to dare to present a villain on the big screen like this. And this is just a beginning. Most movie fans saw action scenes with obvious traces of kung fu and the subsequent plot, saw special effects shots that made them stunned, heard background music that seemed to be able to control their minds, and saw the portrayal and discussion of complex human nature in the movie. There are Batmobiles and Batmobiles that make men fall in love at first sight, and various technological products that have never been seen before. There are explorations and revelations of the law, and perfect performances of men's responsibilities. From the protagonists Batman and the Joker to a small supporting role with a few lines, they are all full of three-dimensional characters, and all kinds of novel viewing experiences continue to impact the nerves of the audience on the scene. When the film slowly came to the end without him noticing, Leo Mousy rubbed his eyes vigorously. When he turned around, he found that Jiang Xiaojun was also looking at him. The eyes of both of them were filled with shock that could not be concealed. The #1 box office in film history. It deserves to be the #1 box office in film history. Leo Mouse's voice was full of mixed emotions. He shook his head and sighed. I know why the overseas media worship Wayne Greenberg. As far as this film is concerned, it is completely worthy of the word great. It is natural for it to sweep the world. He looked around the audience. Everyone was watching the movie attentively. They were reluctant to blink their eyes, for fear of missing a shot. Jiang Xiaojun frowned slowly. He knew that what he was worried about was bound to happen. What can we compare with such a well-made movie? Now in this land, the film industry is still in the development stage, and there is no condition to make such a film, at least not within 10 years. It is not known whether the premature introduction of Hollywood movies will affect the development of local films. On the big screen, Batman, The Dark Knight has come to an end. Bruce Wayne has made great sacrifices in order to continue to maintain the image of Harvey the Bright Knight, to prevent the people of Gotham City from losing faith in justice, and to prevent the evil seeds sown by the Joker from germinating. He took all the blame. Wearing a black bat armor and riding a bat motorcycle of the same color, he transformed into the Dark Knight and disappeared into the darkness of Gotham City. This is not a traditional Hollywood ending. There is no happy ending, no justice defeating evil, and no deliberate sensationalism for the audience. But it is such an ending that presents a three-dimensional, heavy, and completely unusual superhero to all the audience. With the sound of police car sirens ringing through the night, accompanied by the shouts of police officers and the howling of police dogs, it is such a lyncher who fights violence with violence, such a superhero who has never appeared before. The movie has come to an end. Boom. The applause that caught people off guard rang out. Although the subtitles flashed, and the movie Easter eggs began to be shown on the big screen, the audience didn't care. They looked at the first row with enthusiastic eyes, and gave their applause fiercely. This movie shocked and moved all the audience. If all Hollywood commercial blockbusters are like this, then we have a long way to go to catch up. Jiang Xiaojun also stood up from his seat, and applauded with the audience. He looked at his two companions beside him and sighed. TSK, I think you think too much. Wang Xiaoshui on the side shook his head helplessly and said bluntly, do you think such movies are everywhere in Hollywood? Don't be silly. Who among us has not seen enough Hollywood movies? This is the world's #1 box office in film history, and I'm afraid there is only this one in decades. The performance is brilliant. The story is compact. This is not a common commercial film. Leo Mousy nodded, agreeing very much with Wang Xiaoshui's point of view. It's still a dark and depressing style, with a profound theme, and the portrayal and exposure of human nature is particularly brilliant. This foreigner has perfectly integrated business and art. No matter which country in the world, there are not many such movies. Several people shook their heads at the same time, and looked at the man who was taking a bow under the big screen. Since Wayne was the only main creator of the entire crew, he was the only one who took a bow. Facing the audience's warm applause for 5 or 6 minutes, he had to bow slightly to thank them frequently. When the audience began to line up to leave with satisfaction, in an inconspicuous corner of the second row, a short-haired man in his 40s and 50s looked at Wayne, who was surrounded by the crowd, and congratulated him, and shook his head. He is the top of the Beijing studio, although he has not yet been called a mountain eagle because of his domineering behavior. In his mind, he does not think that the premature introduction of Hollywood movies will harm the development of local movies, but rather a positive promotion. He wants to let some people see that making movies that expose the shortcomings of local society and make them for foreigners to laugh at has never been a correct way out. We also need to have commercial films that stimulate the market. Thank you Z. I'll take care of the money. You should prepare for the filming of Party A and Party B. He stood up, not wanting to go up and get to know him. Instead, he muttered to a thin man beside him, "Okay, third master, leave the filming to me." At this time, not only this Changying Grand Cinema, but also countless cinemas in this land, had long queues at the door after the premiere. As the first Hollywood movie to be released with great fanfare, countless fans were curious and called their friends to go to the cinema together. This night, countless people were destined to have trouble sleeping. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.